Chapter 81. Madness Without Regret. I want to go back. I want to go, I want to go, Su Ming cried. Fueled by the strongest bout of madness he had ever had within the 16 years of his life, he continued ramming into the door. Nonetheless, the seal remained unchanging. Su Ming continued until the skin on his knuckles was torn and bleeding, until his voice was so completely hoarse it would pull at the heartstrings of anyone who would hear him, until he coughed out a huge mouthful of fresh blood and his body trembled. He slid down and knelt down by the door. There were numerous bloody fist marks on the door. I want to go back. I want to go back, Elder, I want to go back to the tribe. Even if I die, I want to die in the tribe. I'm only becoming stronger and am developing myself to become a powerful berserker so that I can protect and fight for the tribe, Elder, why? Why? Su Ming cried. His heart was in pain. That sort of pain made him feel as if he was about to die. When he thought of the danger looming over the tribe, of the Elder's weakened state, and of all the familiar faces within the tribe, Su Ming let out a roar from the very depths of his soul. Even if I die, I still have to go back. There was utter desperation in Su Ming's eyes. He panted harshly and took a few steps backwards. If I can't break through the Elder's seal now, then I'll have to do everything I can to raise my level. Su Ming was in a frenzy. Yet if anyone was in his position, they would do the same thing. His face was ghastly pale, eyes bloodshot, and his face filled with madness. There was only one thought in his head. He had to do everything without care of consequences and break out of this place. Even if he would be gravely injured because of this, he did not care. As of then, all he cared about was the Elder and the tribe. Even if he died, he had to die while fighting for the tribe. I must become stronger. I have to break out of this place. Su Ming growled and took a few steps back before he turned around abruptly. He glared at the cloud gauze grass he'd bought earlier with the intention of using it for the quenching of herbs, and at the other herbs he'd bought back as well. All these herbs were prepared for the quenching of herbs. Su Ming knew clearly that even if he crushed them into liquid and drank it, he could not take too much in one go. A berserker who did that would cause grave harm to his own body. After all, steady and gradual growth was required in practicing in the ways of the berserker. Yet Su Ming did not care about that. If he could even throw away his own life, then there was no way he would care about such injuries. No matter how great the injuries were, he would never regret it. He would never regret it. Su Ming sat down cross-legged, his eyes remaining bloodshot. He took the bag containing the cloud gauze grass. There was no time for him to crush the herbs. The tribe being in danger, the Elder being weakened, and everything else made him sink into a state of desperation that was deeper than anything he'd ever felt before. His eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed numerous cloud gauze grass and placed them in his mouth, chewing furiously until the juice was squeezed out, then spitting out the residue. The juice was bitter, but compared to the bitterness Su Ming felt in his heart, it was nothing. He chewed and swallowed again, and once he was done, Su Ming took a large amount of cloud gauze grass again and placed them in his mouth, swallowing their juices furiously. Gradually, his body began to tremble. It was as if there was a fire burning within his body, causing it to be drenched in sweat. All the blood veins that had manifested appeared on his body. The 160 blood veins let out a red glow, enveloping the entire house in the light, causing the place to look as if it had just turned into a blood-red hell. There was a shocking look of determination and madness on Su Ming, who was surrounded by the blood-red light. 10, 30, 50, until Su Ming swallowed the juices from all the 100 leaves he had in the bag. Once he spat out the residue, a sharp pain arose in his body. The pain came from his stomach. He knew that this was the consequence of taking in too much cloud gauze grass. If he continued doing so, then the pain would only become more severe, and the pain would eventually spread through his entire body. Yet at the same time, he felt the fire burning in his body become stronger. The blood veins also seemed to be showing signs of increasing. Once he had that feeling, Su Ming did not hesitate and took out another bag of cloud gauze grass. Time passed by bit, and soon, an hour passed by. During this hour, Su Ming swallowed the juice from 700 cloud gauze grass. This would have been something incomprehensible and difficult to imagine for other people, but Su Ming had really done it. He continued shaking. Sharp pain spread through his entire body. There was also a dull pain in his chest. He had yet to digest all the juice in his body, but he still had a lot of herbs to spare. Still, he felt as if he could no longer swallow another drop. Su Ming also felt like he was about to vomit, but he growled and bore through it. The burning sensation in his body reached its peak as if about to erupt within him. Su Ming quickly raised his right hand and pounded against his chest. It was like the fire within his body was kindled with a roar. The moment the flames erupted, blood mist escaped from all the pores of Su Ming's body. There was a muffled sound from within the mist, and the blood veins on his body increased at that moment. 161st, 162nd, 163rd, and it only stopped when the 167th blood vein manifested on his body. Su Ming's face was pale. He stood up and punched the door. His fist connected with a bang, and the door shuddered. Fresh blood trickled down the corner of Su Ming's lips. He staggered a few steps backward and roared towards the sky. Not enough. It's not enough. In his frenzy, Su Ming immediately took out another bag of cloud gauze grass. He knew that his body could no longer take in any more of these herbs, but he still continued to swallow them without hesitation. 700, 800, 900, green liquid flowed out from the corner of Su Ming's lips. The pain he felt in his body made all the veins pop out on his body. The pain and burning heat erupted once again as the number of blood veins also increased. Yet the new blood veins were no longer blood red. They were tainted with blood and looked dull. It was a sign that Su Ming's reckless actions had caused his body to be gravely wounded. Yet Su Ming did not care. The blood veins in his body were increasing at a maddening speed. 168, 169, 170, and it continued until the number reached 173. Su Ming rushed outward and slammed into the door. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, the door shook furiously, but it remained locked. Open, Su Ming roared. This time, he did not use his fist, but used his head to ram against the door. There was a thunderous roar, and a crack appeared on the door, causing some of the snow on the picture of the statue of the god of berserkers from Dark Mountain tribe to fall as it trembled. A trickle of blood flowed down from Su Ming's forehead. A huge amount of red appeared in his eyes. He did not care about the pain. The moment he saw the crack appear on the door, he rammed against it again. Yet in the end, the door only opened by a small slit. He could not open it any further. Despair appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He laughed brokenly, grabbing onto all the remaining herb bags, then slamming his hands on them. There was a loud bang, and all the hide bags containing the cloud gauze grass burst open. The cloud gauze grass within were all gathered together by a force and turned into a ball the size of a head. When Su Ming slammed his hands on them once more, the banging sounds erupted again, and all the cloud gauze grass were crushed. A large amount of juice flowed out and turned into sprinkles of green rain, which all went into Su Ming's mouth when he took in a large breath. The moment Su Ming took the liquid into his body, a roar reverberated through him. Similar to his madness, the blood veins on his body were increasing at a frenzied pace. 175, 177, and it stopped abruptly when the number reached 189. There was a sickly red glow around Su Ming's entire body. He took a step forward and rammed against the door. As the banging sound reverberated around him, the door opened a little more. More snow fell from the snow-made statue of the god of berserkers from Dark Mountain tribe. A faint crack even appeared on the statue. Su Ming's hands were bloody. The entire door was now dyed with blood. At that moment, Su Ming looked pathetic. It was as if he had turned into another person. There were blood stains on his hair. His face, which had been clean and handsome, was now twisted into a vicious look filled with madness. I want to go back to the tribe. I want to fight for the tribe. I want to go back. Su Ming's voice had gone completely hoarse. The moment he saw that the door had opened up a little more, he banged his head against the door again. I want to go back. There was a boom, and Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. Yet he rammed into the door again without any hesitation. As he continued ramming into the door opened up more and more. Cracks also appeared on the statue of the god of berserkers outside. It seemed as if he was about to escape from the room. However, when the crack expanded to the breadth of half a finger, it stopped. Su Ming's current level of power could only do so much. It would have been fine if that was the case, but the moment it stopped, it started closing up once again. Elder, Su Ming roared in agony. As he watched the door he worked so hard to open closing once again right before his eyes, Su Ming panicked and immediately took out a small bottle. Contained within, there were 3 drops of berserker blood from the awakened realm. Su Ming lifted his head and without hesitation poured the contents of the bottle into his mouth, but only 1 drop fell. The other 2 drops seemed to have reached some sort of barrier and could not fall down. Su Ming knew that this was the elder's protection from him overusing it. The moment the berserker blood fell into his mouth, Su Ming immediately felt as if the blood in his veins started boiling. He opened his mouth and spat out the berserker blood. He raised his left hand and pointed at it, and the berserker blood immediately burst open, turning into a bundle of mist that entered through his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth as he breathed in. The moment the mist formed by the berserker blood entered Su Ming's body, his entire body turned red. A vast amount of energy erupted in his body. At that moment, the blood veins also increased at a tremendous speed on his body. 190, 195, 201, 209, when the number reached 224, black blood trickled from Su Ming's eyes, ears, nose, and the corners of his lips. Yet his eyes were still burning with madness and persistence. Chapter 82. Impossible. The lowest number of blood veins required to enter the 7th level of the blood solidification realm was 243. His blood veins had increased to 224 with his current speed. There were only 19 blood veins left until he reached the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. This sort of increase in speed would have been frightening if it had happened to anyone else. This was different to the increase in power compared to the time Su Ming had climbed Windstream Mountain. After all, when he was in Windstream Mountain, he trained entering fine control by using his mind to move. It may have seemed like his power had increased by a large margin, but in truth, he still had trained with the usual principle of training steadily and gradually increasing the number of blood veins in his body. Yet it was different now. Su Ming was forcefully increasing the number of blood veins in his body. He was doing so by using a large amount of cloud graze grass juice, and the moment he reached his limit consuming the cloud gauze grass, he had also forcefully absorbed 1 drop of awakened berserker blood. Anyone that had any shred of reasoning would definitely not use Su Ming's method to forcefully increase their strength. Only Su Ming would do so. After all, doing this sort of thing was fatal to the body. If that was not the case, then there would be plenty of people who would use this method to increase their power. Yet, was there any other way for Su Ming? He could choose to bear with it and ignore the dangers his tribe faced, ignore the possibility of his tribe members dying, ignore the possibility of the elder not returning, and ignore the fact that his home was facing the threat of elimination. If he chose not to think about all these and only of his safety, he could stay and wait patiently. It might be tortuous, he might feel uncertain and bitter, but he would definitely not face any threat to his own life. Perhaps this was the right thing to do. This was also the path the elder had chosen for him. After all, within most of people's eyes, Su Ming was only a weakling. Even if he went back, he would only die. He could do nothing. Yet Su Ming refused to let himself choose that path. Everything that he did to become stronger was all for the sake of the tribe. His personality might be slightly weak, but that weakness was hidden deep within him. Now that something like this had happened, that weakness had instantly disappeared and was replaced by resolution and determination. Since he was young, most of the members in the tribe were kind to him. His friends were there. There were familiar faces there. There were women in the tribe who took care of him when he was young. There was the elder and the kind members from his tribe who had taught him how to speak, and there was everything that had happened within the tribe during the past 16 years of his life. He could not turn a blind eye to this. It was impossible for him to do nothing and continue living when he knew that the tribe was in danger. It was impossible for him to back down when he knew that the danger of death loomed over his tribe members' heads. It was even more impossible for him to wait here quietly when the threat of elimination hung over the tribe. He was a teenager that was not even 17 years of age. He was also afraid of death, but even though he may not understand the philosophies of life, he knew that the tribe was his home. Now that his home was in danger, he absolutely could not ignore it. Even if he died, he had to die protecting his home. This was Su Ming. His recklessness may have caused his madness, and perhaps many people could not understand the reason for his madness and questioned it, but all of this was ingrained in his bones. After all, he had treated Dark Mountain Tribe as his home since a long time ago. His home was in danger, his friends could die, he might never see his elder again. His family, which had treated him kindly since he was young, seemed to be crying. How could he not fall into madness? Su Ming lifted his head and roared. His entire body trembled as he continued absorbing the berserker blood into his chi. The berserker blood spread madly throughout his body as he went into fine control, causing the blood veins on his body to show signs of increasing once again. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot and his face was twisted into a ferocious look. There was also madness within the frightening look on his face, causing him to look like an evil spirit. As a huge amount of blood veins manifested, a vast amount of force erupted from Su Ming's entire body. It made his roar become louder, and he once again rammed into the door after taking a few steps back. This time, he did not use his head, nor did he use his fists. He used his entire body, his shoulders, and rammed into the sealed door. There was a banging sound as Su Ming's body rammed into the door. The door trembled, and a few cracks appeared once again on the snow-made statue of the god of berserkers sealing the door outside. Yet the seal was created by Mo Sang. It was impossible that Su Ming could break through so easily. The elder's goal on creating the seal was clear, he wanted to limit Su Ming's movements. He did not want Su Ming to step into danger and wanted him to stay inside. Nonetheless, the elder made a miscalculation. He did not expect that Su Ming would be so determined that he would do something so insane just to get out of the place. This was something even the elder did not expect. He only managed to guess that Su Ming would be dissatisfied with his decision, but with Su Ming's current level of power, he would not be able to get out of the room. In the elder's eyes, Su Ming would forever remain as a child. Tears fell from Su Ming's eyes. His tears mixed with his blood, making it seem as if he was crying tears of blood. However, he did not give up. He took a few steps back and ran into the door once again. The thunderous roars continued as Su Ming growled and rammed into the door with his entire body. The moment he crashed into the door, the number of blood veins on his body increased once again, 227, 231, 233. Boom! The entire house trembled as if about to collapse. It was like the house had turned into a cage, holding contained a strong wild beast. Yet at that moment, as the wild beast struggled, the cage seemed to become unable to bear the attacks. The number of cracks on the snow statue of the god of berserkers situated at the door increased. A large amount of snow fell to the ground, as if it was about to explode into pieces at any moment, but it still remained. I want to protect the tribe. Su Ming's sight had become hazy. His mind was beginning to be muddled. Yet even with that foggy gaze and muddled state of his, there was still a shocking persistence within him. He muttered under his breath as blood trickled out of his mouth, and he rammed into the door once again. Roaring sounds reverberated around the house and Su Ming's blood veins increased once again due to the crash and his body rapidly absorbing that drop of berserker blood. It increased from 233 blood veins to 237 blood veins. I want to go back to the tribe. Su Ming recklessly crashed into the door again. The roaring sounds echoed for a long time, and the crack widened by quite a large margin. The entire door was dyed red with blood now, all of it belonging to Su Ming. That blood was a representation of his persistence. I want to fight for the tribe. Su Ming roared and rammed into the door once again. He even used his head to bang against the door. The moment he did so, the number of blood veins increased explosively from 237 blood veins to 243, and at the same time, a vast amount of power that hinted at him breaking through to the next level erupted from Su Ming's body. The power came at the moment he broke through the 6th level of the blood solidification realm and reached the 7th level. When the power appeared in Su Ming's body, he rammed into the door again, and the full force of the power traveled from his body to the door. A horrific roar resounded. The door trembled furiously, and a creaking sound appeared. The door opened halfway. A large part of the snow statue of the god of berserkers outside shattered. Lots of snow fell, causing the statue to look broken and incomplete. Yet the imprisoning force remained. However, It seemed that the seal had reached its limit. Trickles of blood escaped from the corner of Su Ming's mouth. He staggered backward and lifted his head abruptly. The 243 blood veins let out a blood-red light around his body that could light up the entire sky. The speed at which the light filled up the room made his body seem to be filled with a brutal and mighty presence. At that moment, he stepped right into the 7th level of the blood solidification from the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. The 7th level of the blood solidification realm. He would need 399 blood veins if he wanted to enter the 8th level of the blood solidification realm from the 7th level. Once he entered the 8th level, that would mean he had become a berserker who'd reached the peak of the middle stage of the blood solidification realm. With one more step, he would move into the 9th level, and he could call himself a warrior in the later stage of the blood solidification realm. As far as Su Ming knew, within the entire tribe, even the head of the guards and Shan Hen were only at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. The tribe leader's power was greater than those two's, and Su Ming believed that even if he was not in the 9th of the blood solidification realm, he was close. This spoke of the strength of the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. It also spoke of how small the number of warriors in the 7th level was. It was not as if there was no one in Dark Mountain tribe who was at the 7th level, but the few people who were at that level were all from the same generation as the tribe leader. Most of them were the vice chiefs of the hunters in the hunting teams. Among the younger generation, Su Ming was definitely the first who had reached the 7th level in Dark Mountain tribe. Even if he did so without care for his own life and forcefully increased his power, causing his power to be incredibly unstable. Nonetheless, Su Ming did not care. He saw hope. He saw the door trembling and the broken state of the snow statue sealing the door outside. Once again, he rushed forward and rammed into the door. Yet even though the door was about to be blown open, and the snow statue seemed broken, no matter how hard and how many times Su Ming rammed against the door, he could not break it open. It was clear that the power of a 7th-level warrior of the blood solidification realm was lacking only by a slight margin if he wanted to break through the Elder's seal. Nonetheless, Su Ming was at his limit. Besides, the moon was hidden by the snowstorm outside. In this sort of weather, he could not use the power of moonlight and make his blood burn again. The snowstorm was showing signs of weakening and looked as if it was going to completely stop in a moment, so perhaps the moon would appear in the sky at that time. Yet if he continued waiting, the torture he would have to endure as he waited was something Su Ming could not bear. All his previous acts of madness were so that he could get out of the house as soon as possible and get to the tribe with his quickest speed. He did not want to imagine the possible disaster that could befall the tribe if he continued waiting. When he saw that he could not push the door open completely, despair appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He staggered backward, a broken smile appearing on his face. Yet he did not give up. As he let out a sad and piercing roar, all 243 blood veins moved as he circulated his chi continuously in his body. Enter fine control through the mind, enter fine control through the mind. Su Ming's face was ferocious. The understanding he obtained in Wind Stream Tribe towards the method of fine control was used at that moment with an explosive force. The 243 blood veins on his body began to disappear one by one. 215, 186, 162, 93, 75, 47. When the blood veins on his body disappeared until there was only one left, Su Ming lifted his head and a terrifying resolution appeared in his eyes. Elder, you can't stop me from going back to the tribe. Su Ming closed his eyes slowly. After a moment, at the instant he opened his eyes again, the last blood vein remaining on his body suddenly glowed with a bright red light and continued becoming brighter at an incredible speed. That was obviously not just one blood vein. As the red light grew stronger, it signaled that Su Ming was using the method of fine control to continuously stack more blood veins onto that one blood vein. In an instant, the red light on the blood vein reached its peak. It may have seemed like there was only one blood vein on his body, but at that moment, there were 243 blood veins stacked together. This was the true explosive force of fine control. I want to go back to the tribe. I was born in Dark Mountain Tribe, and even if I die, I will die as part of Dark Mountain Tribe. Su Ming clenched his fists. The 243 blood veins stacked together into one, twisted, and advanced towards Su Ming's right fist with the blood-red glow. Chapter 83. Su Ming, Yi Wang. A person would experience great things and shortcomings in his life. He would also experience days of glory and days where he would stumble and fall. These were all things that Su Ming did not understand. The only thing he understood was that he had to do this. The tribe was his home. The moment he swung his fist, banging sounds appeared from Su Ming's right hand. That was the sound signaling that his bones could not bear with the force and his flesh and bone had torn apart. The moment he swung his fist against the door, a thunderous roar shook through heaven and earth. It was as if it could change the weather and make the snowstorm stop. The door was crumbling quickly, turning into a countless number of shards. It was like a huge gust of wind had appeared and blown sideward, lifting them outwards like leaves. Thunderous roars echoed in Su Ming's surroundings. The moment the door completely crumbled, numerous cracks also appeared on the snow statue outside, but it did not crumble and break apart like the door. At that moment, there was no door before Su Ming, only wooden shards that filled the entire ground. Yet between him and the outside world was the snow statue filled with cracks. It continued floating in the air as it let out a gentle light, which turned into an invisible screen of light that never once crumbled. It was as if the door had borne the weight of the invisible light screen on it, which was the reason why it was so difficult to break open. Now that the door had shattered, the true seal was revealed. Yet the light was neither bright nor dim, a clear sign that it was still powerful. Su Ming was not surprised. He had guessed since a long time ago that the Elder Seal would not be so easily broken. The moment the door shattered and the screen of light appeared before his eyes, he took a step forward. The one blood vein on his body was still giving off a piercing blood-red light. As Su Ming moved, the blood-red light instantly brightened like an explosion, and he swung his fist again. That fist seemed to have landed on thin air, but in truth, it landed on the invisible light screen. It trembled, but remained shining against the sky. Su Ming's eyes were red. He continued ramming his fist into the screen. After a while, when the light screen became so dim it seemed to have reached its limit, Su Ming took a few steps backward, and a trickle of blood ran down the corner of his lips. He stared at the screen, then abruptly raised his right hand and sliced down towards the space to his right. Execution of the Three Evils. This was one of the more powerful berserker arts in Dark Mountain Tribe. It was rumored that it was passed down from the true Dark Mountain Tribe from hundreds of years ago. Practice was not the key in casting this art. In truth, training this art was incredibly simple. Su Ming had been visualizing the art in his head since a long time ago. Yet, since he did not have 200 blood veins, he had been unable to cast it. The difficult part of the art lay in the number of blood veins required. Only those who had 200 blood veins could use the first slash. Now that Su Ming had 243 veins and had arrived at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm, for the first time, he cast the Execution of Three Evils, which had long resided in his head. Execution of Three Evils, an art which could even kill Tai Sui. The Three Evils were also known as the Three Murders. Between heaven and earth, there were three forces: Sever, Beginning, and Nurture. Sever was known as the evil of theft, Beginning was known as the evil of disaster, and Nurture was the evil of time. They were also known as the murders of theft, disaster, and time. A long time ago, Dark Mountain Tribe had obtained this art from an unknown place. After probing into the art, the entire tribe was shocked. The three evils had always existed in the world, but they had no form. No one could see them, neither could anyone touch them. Perhaps they existed, perhaps they did not. Yet when the powerful Dark Mountain Tribe studied the art, they began to discover patterns. At different hours of the day, the formless three evils would appear in different locations. That was how the incredible Dark Mountain art that shocked the region appeared: Execution of Three Evils. The wise men in Dark Mountain Tribe believed that there was a pattern between heaven and earth. The three evils were just a part of an existing pattern. All forms of power existed within the pattern. Once the pattern was broken, then an unimaginable amount of force would erupt forth. Yet even Dark Mountain Tribe did not manage to discover the specific amount of force that would appear. The art itself was also very enigmatic. Sometimes the force would be shocking, while other times it would release only a normal amount of force. However, even if it was just a normal amount, it was still enough to kill someone. That was why the execution of 3 evils passed down was rather rough around the edges. Anyone with enough blood veins could cast it, but there was almost no one who managed to discover the true form of the art. This was a form of power that Dark Mountain Tribe did not understand. They could only use it, but not master it. There was even an elder in Dark Mountain Tribe who once said that whosoever managed to truly control the 3 evils would be able to control the entire pattern of the world. Su Ming could only use the art at that moment. As for why he decided to slice his right hand towards his right, it was because it was midnight then, and according to the principles behind execution of 3 evils, the location of the 3 evils in the pattern of heaven and earth at that moment was to the north. North was to Su Ming's right. The moment he swung his right hand down in a slicing motion, the blood veins that had stacked together on his body let out a piercing blood-red light. The blood veins moved strangely according to the art Su Ming had obtained under the blood-red light, twisting around his right arm 9 times, then escaping his body through his arm. That was also why 200 veins were required to cast execution of 3 evils. That was because the art itself was strange. The caster's blood veins would leave his body for a moment. Without enough qi, it was difficult to execute the art properly. The moment his blood veins left his body, Su Ming had a strange feeling. It was as if the empty space to his right completely disappeared and turned into a desolate area. The moment he sliced to his right, his blood veins turned into a sharp blade and sliced into the empty space. He felt like he was slicing through mud. It was a strange experience. He did not understand why it had happened. He only knew how to cast the art. The moment he cut into the space, the strange feeling disappeared. Everything returned to normal, yet at that moment, the dim screen of light before Su Ming trembled furiously. If anyone looked closely at it, they could see clearly that the screen of light was not the only thing that trembled. Everything around Su Ming was shaking. Yet even so, even after the light screen trembled furiously, it still remained there. It was as if all the actions Su Ming took did not have much effect on it. After all, this was a seal created by the elder. The strength of the seal was not something that Su Ming could break through by just taking herbs and berserker blood. Su Ming's body trembled. This was the first time he had casted the execution of the 3 evils. With his current level of power, he could only cast the first slash. The strange power made his heart tremble, but when he saw the screen of light, despair gradually appeared on his face. He had already executed all the plans he could think of, but that screen of light was like a ravine connecting heaven and earth. Everyone could see it, but no one could pass through it. Su Ming's face was pale. He staggered backward as if all the strength had been drained from his body. The moment Su Ming staggered backward, his face changed suddenly. He could clearly feel the ground beneath his feet moving. At that moment, outside Wind Stream Tribe, within the sealed Wind Stream Mountain located on the plains, the roar of a wild beast appeared from within the black mist. The roar was filled with fury. The moment it spread out, the place, which was completely sealed tight, suddenly trembled furiously. A gigantic crack abruptly appeared out of thin air with a loud crash and revealed the hidden Wind Stream Mountain that reached the skies. In the end, I still managed to break through it from within. As the beast roared, a ghastly voice traveled from within. The moment the mountain was revealed and the space between heaven and earth was torn apart because of the seal being stirred up, Wind Stream City, which was located not too far away, shook. There was a strange connection between the location of the Mudstone City and the seal on Wind Stream Mountain. The moment the seal on the mountain was forcefully broken apart, the connection was activated, causing tremors to shake the Mudstone City. The citizens' hearts trembled along with it. As the Mudstone City trembled, Su Ming could feel the tremors becoming stronger where he stood. By the end, it was as if the entire earth was rolling like waves. He immediately noticed the elder's seal becoming dimmer for the first time. His spirits was lifted. He let out a low growl. As he growled, the shadow of the moon appeared gradually in his eyes. Due to the snowstorm outside, there was no moon in the sky, yet the shadow of the moon became even more distinct in Su Ming's eyes. The moment the shadow of the moon appeared in Su Ming's eyes, he quickly rushed forward towards the screen of light. He rammed his body into the screen continuously. As the ground trembled, the screen light became dimmer and dimmer. After a while, When the earth's trembles reached its peak and the entire mudstone city seemed to be on the verge of falling apart, half of the light screen shattered onto the ground. The light of the screen had become completely dark. By the looks of it, it was about to crumble at any moment. At that moment, an empty feeling spread through Su Ming's body, but very soon, a red flash appeared to his left. A string of red light appeared out of nowhere and crawled into his right hand. The one blood vein that was formed by stacking 243 veins returned once again to his body. Blood scales, which had been hidden within his right arm, also appeared, turning into a gigantic blood-red eagle that rushed towards the light screen with a screech. Terrifying roars thundered through the sky. The light screen trembled as the giant eagle charged against it and shattered completely, shattering into numerous broken fragments. The snow statue also seemed to completely collapse, turning into snow that scattered everywhere before the wind raised it up once more. It knocked into the snow falling from the sky and created strings of roaring sounds that echoed continuously. Su Ming broke through the seal. He trembled and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell on the ground, creating a terrifying sight. The blood-red light from the 243 veins that were stacked together also became dimmer. It was as if they could no longer remain stable and scattered away before returning into Su Ming's body. Su Ming's face was weary, his entire body was covered in blood and his hair was a mess. Yet his eyes were flashing brilliantly. The flash within his eyes was his determination and resolution. I got out. I'll have to return to the tribe with the fastest speed possible. Su Ming took a deep breath. He knew that the main reason why he managed to get out was due to the strange tremors. Yet he had no time to think about it. He moved forward so quickly that he looked like he had turned into a long arc speeding down the road. Su Ming's speed was his best feature. Before he was even a berserker, he had been agile. Now that he was a berserker at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm, his speed had reached a shocking state. He rushed out of Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings, past the streets, and jumped over the walls of the Mudstone City. At that moment, the anxiety in his heart was like a burning fire, causing him to only think about going faster. The continuous bursts of speed, his previous absorption of the drop of the berserker, and the unbelievable amount of cloud gauze juice caused the disguising art the Elder had previously cast on him to crack slightly, making the force of his power to blast forth like a tidal wave breaking through ice. He could no longer hide his power completely. The snow falling from the sky had become lighter. It now fell down in bits and pieces. It was as if the heavy snowfall was nearing its end, in turn causing the moon in the sky to be on the verge of appearing completely. The land was colored silver. However, during that night, the silver glow was not beautiful. Instead, it let out a murderous air. There was a faint line of white in the distance. A new day was about to arrive. Yet it was a wonder that the darkness before dawn could be broken. The entire Mudstone City was in a ruckus. A lot of tribe members had come out of their houses with expressions of fear and bewilderment. They did not know what had happened. There were even houses that had collapsed, as if the end of the world had arrived. Su Ming did not care about that. He walked forward quickly, and just as he was about to leap over the mudstone walls, he sensed danger. A cold voice traveled towards him. You cannot leave. The moment Su Ming paused in his footsteps, a person walked out from the darkness behind him. He wore red, and his presence alone seemed to hold a fire that could scorch those around him. His face was aloof, and there was a prideful air around him that seemed to be coming from his soul. It was Yi Wang. By the orders of the Elder, no outsider is allowed to leave Windstream City tonight. You're strong, but your chi is chaotic. This area is within my jurisdiction. You cannot hope to win against me. Yi Wang looked at Su Ming calmly and spoke slowly. Su Ming turned around abruptly and stared at Yi Wang. His eyes were bloodshot, and within them, there was viciousness and madness. When Yi Wang saw his eyes, his heart trembled. Somehow, there was a sense of familiarity within those eyes. Chapter 84. Change in Windstream Mountain. Su Ming lifted his right hand and a red light flashed. Blood scales appeared in his hands immediately. The spear was entirely red. It was as if it was dyed in a pool of fresh blood, and it let out a strong, aggressive presence. The same presence as when he had climbed Windstream Mountain blasted forth from Su Ming's body. He did not speak. He only looked at Yi Wang silently. You Yi Wang's pupils shrank. He could feel an extremely familiar presence from Su Ming's body. He would never mistake that presence. In his eyes, the frail-looking teenager seemed to slowly be turning into another person. That person who made his breathing quicken, who was the only person Yi Wang believed had the right to compete against him. You're Mo Su. Yi Wang was not any other normal person. He almost immediately understood why the elder had arranged him to patrol this region. Dark Mountain Tribe is in danger. I have to go back. If you stop me, then you are my enemy. Su Ming cast a glance at Yi Wang, then turned around and sped forward. He had already made his decision. No one could stop him. When he saw Su Ming taking a leap and rushing into the distance, something flashed through Yi Wang's eyes. It was a brief hint of hesitation. A massive change had happened in the Mudstone City. He was also anxious, but that anxiety and hesitation only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing. It was instead replaced by a strong desire for battle. If it was anyone else, Yi Wang would not have had any desire to battle against them. To him, no one among his generation had the right to become his opponent. Yet after the first stage of the test, there was now one person who had the right to become his opponent, and that person was Mo Su. He may have tied with Mo Su during the first stage, but Yi Wang knew that he had lost. He had returned unconscious, while Mo Su returned to the field conscious. Yi Wang wanted to compete against Mo Su in the second and third stage. He wanted to prove that he was the strongest among his generation. He might have guessed that Mo Su did not enter the other stages of the test because his level of cultivation was not that high, but Yi Wang was prideful. If he wanted to fight, then he would not use his level of cultivation to suppress the other person. Mo Su. Yi Wang lifted his head abruptly. His voice was cold, and as he spoke, he took a step forward with his right foot, then his entire body shot forward like an arrow. With a whizzing sound, he dashed towards Su Ming. You can't leave. Yi Wang's red shirt was like fire. As he jumped into the air, the snow illuminated his body and turned him into the most striking person in the area. Yi Wang might have arrived at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm, but he limited his power until he was only at the 7th level of blood solidification realm. He was prideful. To him, if he wanted to fight, then he would fight fair and square. If he wanted to win, then he wanted to make his opponent lose utterly and completely. Banging sounds erupted in Yi Wang's body. The moment he limited his power to the 7th level, his distance to Su Ming was not even 100 feet apart. His figure was like fire. He raised his right hand and grabbed towards Su Ming. The moment he grabbed in his direction, Yi Wang's entire body seemed to have erupted in flames. His skin turned red, even his hair seemed to have turned into blazing flames. Seas of fire emerged from his body and turned into a gigantic hand made of flames, which rushed to grab Su Ming. At that moment, the hand of fire was before Yi Wang's eyes, and Yi Wang was behind it. He dashed towards Su Ming following the motion of the hand of fire. Su Ming stopped suddenly, and the snow around him immediately turned into water, which turned into a cloud of steam rising into the air. That heat fell from the sky and enveloped Su Ming's entire body. At the very same instant, Su Ming stomped the ground with his right foot, and his entire body was lifted from the ground. He turned around and looked into the distance. The hand of fire was not even 30 feet away from him. By the looks of it, it seemed as if it was aiming to grab Su Ming's body and turn him to ashes. Fire. Su Ming's body was suspended in midair. He saw through the hand of fire and found Yi Wang running behind it. The moment the hand of fire almost touched him, Su Ming bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. That mouthful of blood was not Su Ming trying to force himself to do anything, but a requirement of the berserker art he was about to cast. The moment he obtained the mouthful of blood, all 243 blood veins on Su Ming's body manifested and twisted into a strange picture. At the same moment, the mouthful of blood exploded and turned into a mist of blood. That was the essence of dark blood dust. The art would turn fresh blood into a cloud of mist which would burst forth with a strength equivalent to the caster's chi at its peak. The blood mist rushed towards the hand of fire, and there was also a fire burning within the mist. It did not look like a mist of blood, but instead looked like a mist of burning fire. He was fighting fire with fire. The moment Su Ming completed the third burning of blood, a huge change happened within his body. The most obvious change was the feeling of fire burning hotly within his blood. At that moment, the burning fire mist and the hand of fire were approaching each other. Within the span of a few breaths, they collided and a shocking thunderous roar erupted forth. The hand immediately crumbled, as if it was swallowed by the mist of fire. Then it turned backwards and rushed towards Yi Wang. It looked like the sky was burning, and it was about to engulf everything in flames. Su Ming remained silent. His eyes were bloodshot. He rushed into the mist of fire and raised his right hand. Blood scales let off a piercing red light, and he threw the spear forward. A piercing sound sliced through the air. The blood-red spear turned into a red bolt of lightning and pierced through the mist of fire, then turned into a giant red eagle that rushed towards Yi Wang together with the mist of fire. Yi Wang's heart trembled furiously as his pupils shrank. He did not expect Mo Su to be so strong. If he continued limiting his own power, then he could not hope to win the fight. He did not hesitate and immediately retreated, removing the limit of his power. 435 blood veins immediately manifested and his true strength erupted forth. At the same time, he raised his right hand and swung his fist forward. A bright light appeared on his right fist, and a black glove made of beast skin appeared. There was a ghastly presence coming from the glove. It was clear that the glove was a berserker vessel. He thrust his fist forward, and a thunderous roar echoed in the surroundings. A black wind appeared out of midair before Yi Wang, and as he thrust his fist forward, the black wind turned into a black whirlwind that could turn the world upside down. It collided with Su Ming's long spear and fire mist, and as sounds of explosions echoed in their surroundings, Su Ming took 7 to 8 steps backward. Yet at the same time, Yi Wang's body also jolted, and he took 4 to 5 steps backward. His body felt heavy. Yi Wang did not stop. He leapt forward and closed his distance to Su Ming in an instant. Su Ming also rushed forward at his fastest speed. He crossed fists with Yi Wang, and due to his speed, it looked as if his body left behind afterimages. From the distance, it seemed as if there were multiple Su Mings surrounding Yi Wang. The booming noises continued echoing around them. After a while, a sound that could pierce through the sky resounded, and Yi Wang stumbled 10 feet backward as blood trickled down his mouth. When he lifted his head, he saw Su Ming coughing out a mouthful of blood as he too stumbled dozens of feet backwards. What shocking speed! His level may not be as high as mine, but with this speed, if I can injure him once, then he can injure me dozens of times. This person is indeed the only one worthy of challenging me among our generation. Yi Wang was shocked, but at that moment, his battle spirit was only kindled even more. He raised his left hand and pointed towards the sky. Mo Su, I'm going to use my full power next. The moment Yi Wang finished speaking, an unexpected change happened. A roar filled with absolute anger suddenly came forth from the tall altar housing the elder of Windstream City. Thief! How dare you harm our holy mountain? That voice belonged to Jing Nan. His body instantly turned into air, and he rushed towards Windstream Mountain. At the same time, another incredibly powerful presence blasted towards the sky from within the Mudstone City. That person also rushed towards Windstream Mountain along with Jing Nan. That second presence belonging to a berserker in the awakening realm belonged to a woman, an extremely beautiful middle-aged woman. Yi Wang was stunned. His heart trembled. A glimmer flashed through Su Ming's eyes. He did not hesitate and retreated quickly towards the distance. His battle against Yi Wang had made him incredibly anxious. He did not want to fight. He wanted to get back to his tribe as soon as possible. With that chance, Su Ming widened the distance between them by hundreds of feet at an exceedingly fast speed. Yi Wang's expression changed. He no longer paid any attention to Su Ming, who was already far away, but turned and ran towards the city. He did not know what had happened, but he had a feeling that it was something terrible. At that moment, on the vast plains outside Windstream Tribe, a shocking change happened to Windstream Mountain, the mountain which had remained sealed and hidden away for generations by Windstream Tribe. Shi-Hai and the other 8 people all looked shocked and amazed as they stared dumbly at the spot before them and stood in the field at the foot of the mountain. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Right in front of their eyes, the space before them was twisting rapidly, as if there was a big hand fiddling at the space from within. A huge crack that looked to connect heaven and earth appeared in midair. Through the crack, the Windstream Mountain was completely revealed. The black mist rose into the sky. As it forward, the roars from a wild beast reverberated through the air. At the same time the wild beast roared, a gruesome laughter was heard. As expected of the great bird, the mythical beast of the fire berserker tribe. This may just be a fragment of its soul, but it still contains so much power. At least the years of effort I wasted searching for the ruins of fire berserker weren't wasted. The voice was completely unfamiliar to Shihai and the others. The moment they heard his words, their expressions changed. They cast an eye at each other and dashed towards the Windstream Mountain within the crack without hesitation. They were members of Windstream tribe. There was no way they could back down when an outsider trespassed on their holy mountain. Yet the moment the 9 people moved forward and were just about to enter the crack, they heard a cold snort from within the mist on the mountain. Almost immediately, a purplish-red arm hundreds of feet long shot out from the mist and swung lightly at Shihai and the other 8 people from a distance. Chapter 85. He saw the tribe. He saw the tribe. The moment the hand swung down, a thunderous roar resounded between heaven and earth. Ripples immediately appeared in the space between the arm and the people in the field. Shihai and the others jolted, as if a huge force fell on their bodies. One by one, the chi within their bodies erupted and broke. Their faces turned pale and they fell to the ground, coughing out a mouthful of blood. They may not have died, but they felt as if their entire bodies had just erupted, and they could not stand. Still alive, looks like I can't look down on a tribe born from the weaker branch of the great tribe of Man Miao. After all, there is still some blood of the great tribe of Man Miao left within you. As the gruesome voice echoed in the air, some unknown method was used within the mist, causing the mythical beast's roars to be tainted with a hint of pain. It's not hard to obtain a sealed great bird. This seal has already limited half of your power to begin with. Let's see how you'll resist now. There was a hint of joy within the gloomy voice. Yet at that moment, a low roar traveled from the distance. Thief! How dare you harm our holy mountain? As the sound traveled through, Windstream tribe's elder, Jing Nan, came in, roaring in anger. Behind him was the beautiful but icy cold woman clad in purple. The woman may have already been middle-aged, but her beauty was not tarnished. At that moment, there was a baleful look in her eyes, and within it was a look of similar anger and killing intent towards the intruder. When they arrived, they rushed into the crack and entered the black mist surrounding Windstream Mountain without hesitation. Very soon, thunderous roars that shook through the skies and earth traveled out from within the black mist. At one point, Jing Nan also let out a low growl. Su Ming did not know about everything that was happening within Windstream tribe. Even if he did, he would not have paid attention to it. To him, the most important thing at that moment was to return to his tribe at the fastest speed he could muster. He wanted to see whether his tribe was still around. He wanted to see whether his tribe members were still safe. Once the bout of nervousness, anxiety, and madness was over, he became quiet. He ran across the snowy land in silence. A long time had passed since the elder left the place. The sky was still in a state between darkness and dawn. Su Ming knew that with the dark python's speed, the elder and the others might have already returned to the tribe a long time ago. Please be safe. Su Ming's feet continued bounding on the ground as he ran at the fastest speed in his life. The speed at which he ran was so quick that the moment anyone saw him approaching, within the blink of an eye, he would have already disappeared into the distance. He did not care about consequences as he ran. He even forgot about his own fatigue, and to make himself run faster, he continued making all 243 blood veins that surrounded his body burst forth in power to give him more strength, which allowed him to go even faster. The moment the sky turned completely bright and the sun began rising as light shone on the land and a silver light was reflected off the surface of the snow covering the ground, Su Ming had already ran out of the region belonging to Windstream tribe and rushed into a dried-up forest. He was near the trading square he went to some time ago. He would have needed half a day to reach this place with the speed he had in the past, yet now, as he ran silently, he used less than 4 hours to cover this distance. To others, that speed would be so incredibly fast, it would leave them in awe, but Su Ming still felt that it was too slow. He no longer roared, but instead ran through the forest silently as veins popped out on his legs. He would suddenly take a leap forward and use the momentum to continue dashing forward. As he continued running non-stop, Su Ming was drenched in sweat. Not only were his legs hurting, every part of his body was beginning to feel pain. Time passed by slowly. When noon was around the corner, snow stopped falling from the sky. There were no clouds, and the sky was clear. Yet there was a person running silently within the forest. Even his sweat could not travel down his skin and was flung back due to his speed. The only thing supporting Su Ming now was determination and persistence. He was worried about the safety of his tribe and its members. He could not describe his current feelings. It was as if his body was drained and he was only running due to his persistence. The distance which Su Ming would have needed an entire night to cover by running without stopping in the past was now breached by the time it was noon with Su Ming's current mad dash. Gradually, Su Ming's eyes were filled with agitation and anxiety. He was getting close to the tribe. The sounds of his heartbeat echoed through his entire body, causing his anxiety and anticipation to become much stronger. He was afraid that he would see his tribe in ruins, and he would see his tribe members' corpses lying on the ground. He was afraid, but his speed did not decrease. A swift and fierce strength grew in his body instead. When the outline of Dark Mountain tribe appeared in his eyes from a distance, Su Ming trembled, and tears fell from his eyes. From a distance, he saw that the gate to the tribe had collapsed. Many parts of the great wooden fence surrounding the tribe were also broken. There were even wisps of black smoke rising from within the tribe, a clear sign that there had been a fire. The tribe was not silent. A large number of tribe members seemed to have gathered together. When he saw that his tribe members were safe, Su Ming's anxiety was slightly placated. Yet following that was a killing intent directed towards his enemies who dared to destroy Dark Mountain tribe. Su Ming dashed towards the tribe. Before he even got closer, he was seen by the warriors who were part of the tribe's hunting party. They immediately became cautious, but when they saw Su Ming's face, they relaxed and could not find it within themselves to hide the fatigue on their faces. Su Ming cried as he returned to the tribe. He walked past the gate that had been blown to pieces. He walked into the tribe and saw the fatigue on the hunters' faces. He saw dozens of corpses gathered on the ground in the center of the tribe. Those corpses were all people Su Ming was familiar with. Those were his tribe members. The people weeping by their bodies were their families. As their cries echoed in the tribe, it stabbed Su Ming's heart, and the pain he felt made him think that he was about to bleed. He saw sadness on the faces of the normal members of the tribe. They were packing their belongings in fear and uncertainty before running towards where they were supposed to gather. On the young Lassus' youthful faces, he saw tears, dread, and fear as they held tightly to their mother's hands. It was as if they were afraid that the moment they let go, they would never be able to hold their hands again. Many of the houses within the tribe had collapsed. The ground was a mess. There were terrifying bloodstains covering parts of the ground, a clear sign that a battle had just occurred here some time ago. As Su Ming continued looking at the sights before him, he clenched his fists. Hatred appeared in his eyes. That was a look of hate and killing intent that was rarely seen on a teenager that was not even 17 years of age. Su Ming's tears continued falling. He saw the kind lady who lived next door sitting dumbly outside her ruined house. There was no one by her side. Her child had died, her husband too, had died. She was the only one left and sat there alone at a loss. When Su Ming looked over, he could clearly feel her sadness and grief that no words could describe. Black Mountain Tribe. Su Ming clenched his teeth. He saw Lei Chen, who looked tired as he helped to gather the crowd to a spot and bring the things important to the tribe. Lei Chen did not notice Su Ming. He was already far too exhausted. Su Ming also saw Wula, the girl who had always looked down on him but had a crush on Mo Su. She seemed to have grown up overnight. There was a huge bow slung across her back. She was comforting the crowd in whispers and helping them gather together within the shortest amount of time possible. Chen Xin too was standing in the crowd. The frail look on her face made her look delicate and pitiful, but the resolute look in her eyes showed that she too had grown up. Su Ming did not see the tribe leader, the head of the guards, Shan Hen, and Bei Ling. Neither did he see the powerful warriors within his tribe, who had reached the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. They were all absent. However, Su Ming saw the elder. The elder was standing in the distance. His face was pale, and his face had aged by far too much. It was as if a few decades had passed within that single night. At that moment, the elder had his head lowered as he healed a tribe member whose left thigh was bloodied and torn. That tribe member was a warrior of calamity, and he was about 27 to 28 years old. Su Ming knew him. That was Lu Di, who often played songs with the Shuan. That person did not like getting close to other people within the tribe. There was an item made of bone the size of a fist hanging by his waist. There were a few small holes on it, and it looked really strange. Su Ming knew that item. It was called a Shuan. It was an instrument that most members in the tribe did not know how to play. Only this person had that talent, and they would sometimes hear the sounds of the Shuan in the tribe. Now, no hint of pain could be seen on his face. Only persistence and resolution could be found. Tears continued falling from Su Ming's eyes as he walked towards the elder step by step. Everything that he saw once he returned to the tribe turned his anger into killing intent. He wanted to fight for the tribe. As Su Ming approached the elder and the young man, he heard the tribe member whom the elder was healing say with a hoarse voice, "Elder, forget about me. My legs are already ruined, but I can still fight, The elder's face was dark and filled with sorrow. He nodded his head gently. Then, as if noticing something, he lifted his head and saw Su Ming walking towards him. The moment he saw Su Ming, the elder was stunned. There was an unmistakable look of disbelief and shock on his face. He knew about the seal he had casted, and knew that there was no way a normal person could break through it so quickly. Yet Su Ming was right before his eyes. It threw him into a state of disbelief, like he had seen an illusion. It was the first time the elder had showed that expression before Su Ming. He could not believe that Su Ming managed to break through the seal and arrive at the tribe in such a short amount of time. At that moment, the elder was not the only person who saw Su Ming. Lei Chen also saw him. He widened his eyes and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. At the same time, Wula, who was not far away, also by chance saw Su Ming. Chapter 86. Their homes they were reluctant to leave behind. Su Ming, you, the elder blurted out, yet when he saw the bloodshot look in Su Ming's eyes, the fatigue evident on his body, and his silent persistence, he could not continue speaking, because he could also feel the grave consequences Su Ming had paid for his persistence. In his eyes, Su Ming was now like a notched arrow, ready to be shot. That arrow let out a shocking, sharp presence. No one could stop him until he tasted blood. "Elder, I'm back," Su Ming whispered softly, just like he always did when he came back from the outskirts. The elder looked at Su Ming, and in his eyes, there was happiness, reluctance, hesitation, and a complicated look that Su Ming could not identify. "You want to fight for the tribe?" the elder asked quietly after a long while. Su Ming nodded his head. "Even if you may face death, are you still willing to?" The elder asked again after a moment of silence. "Everyone has to die eventually, and if I die protecting my own home, I will die without regrets." Su Ming voiced his thoughts in a calm voice. "Good, Su Ming, I won't stop you. Since this is your decision, then I will give you a chance to fight for the tribe." The elder closed his eyes as if he was hesitating. After a moment, he opened them abruptly, and there was a resolute look in his eyes. He knew within his heart that he could not stop Su Ming anymore. If he did, then who knew what sort of insane act this child would pull once again. When he saw the grave injuries on Su Ming's body, the elder's heart clenched painfully, but he also felt gratified. At that moment, the tribe members gathered in the square suddenly fell silent. Their gazes fell upon the people walking into the tribe. The tribe leader was walking in front, and behind him were the head of the guards and Shan Hen. Bei Ling and the other powerful berserkers in the 6th or 7th level of the blood solidification realm walked back with tired looks, fresh blood staining their bodies. When they left, their numbers had been greater, yet now, their numbers were reduced. Many of them also received injuries on their bodies. Bei Ling's face was especially pale, and there was a huge amount of blood flowing out from his chest. Everyone held decapitated heads that were no longer bleeding in their hands. Their return sparked the tribe members' spirits, and they cheered. They quickly spread out, allowing these people to walk straight towards the elder. Bei Ling saw Su Ming, but his usual aloof and indifferent look was gone. He remained silent instead and followed behind his father. His jealousy was nothing compared to the survival of his tribe. If the tribe was gone, if his tribe members were dead, then what was there to be jealous about? The group of people walked towards the elder, and the tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe spoke as he threw the two heads in his hands aside. Elder, the scouts from Black Mountain Tribe have all been chased down and murdered. It should be safe outside now. We can start migrating. His words reeked of blood. The other people behind him also threw the heads in their hands aside. Murderous intent emanated from their bodies in the silence. Su Ming stood beside the elder and looked at the tribe leader and the others without a sound. He saw the fatigue on their bodies, the sorrow hidden underneath their killing intent, and their thirst for blood. It was not hard for him to imagine the tribe being ambushed for the first time by Black Mountain Tribe when they were getting ready to move. The battle must have been very difficult and grievous, causing the tribe to be unable to move. When the first battle ended, under the orders of the elder, these people were sent to kill all the scouts from Black Mountain Tribe. Only then could they safely migrate. After all, most of the members of the tribe were normal people, and there were quite a number of women and children as well. They had to protect them, because they were the hope and future of the tribe. The elder nodded his head and swept his gaze across all the members of the tribe. At that moment, no matter were they men or women, young or old, they were looking at him. Within their eyes were reliance and hope. Fellow members, the elder said softly. His voice carried through the area and fell into the ears of the members of the tribe. We don't want to leave our homes, we don't want to leave this land, where we and our ancestors have lived for generations. We don't want to become dependent on Windstream Tribe, but for Dark Mountain Tribe to survive, we must do so. We have to live, and we will live. We will tell our descendants, and we must tell ourselves that someday, we can still return to this place. We can still create our own home. On that day, we will return the humiliation we felt this day several-fold back unto Black Mountain Tribe. I have the confidence, do you have it? The elder shouted out loudly. At that moment, all the tribe members let out long-suppressed roars amidst their sadness. Their howls shook the heavens. Perhaps the numbers in Dark Mountain Tribe were not big, but that roar was the strongest cry they had ever let out from within the depths of their soul. Someday, Dark Mountain Tribe will return, but now, we will migrate. The elder closed his eyes. He did not want anyone seeing the sadness within his eyes. He swung his arm, and immediately all the tribe members in Dark Mountain Tribe who had gathered together supported each other and slowly moved under the protection of the berserkers within the tribe. They left behind the land on which they had stayed for generations and migrated towards the unknown land located in the distance. The long line of people slowly left the tribe behind their backs. There was still wisps of smoke coming out from Dark Mountain Tribe. The ruins of their tribe exuded an air of desolation and sadness. Weeping sounds came from among the crowd. They belonged to the Lassus who had yet to grow up, women who were frightened, and all the members of Dark Mountain Tribe. The men in the tribe protected their families and held on to their bewildered children. As they wept, they silently walked forward. Some of the older Lassus held on to their parents' hands in fear and looked backwards, crying. They looked at the once familiar sight behind them, as if they wanted to carve that sight deep into the depths of their memories and turn it into an eternal memory. They were afraid they would forget, that they would forget the road back to their homes. Every single one of them could not help but turn back and look at the tribe they were leaving behind and at their home of the past. There was a wizened old man in the crowd. He was Nan Song. His face was calm, as if he had seen through everything that life could throw in his face. At that moment, he only had a simple bag slung across his back. He walked silently and unassumingly in the crowd. It was noon. The sun was not strong. The snow on the ground gave off a silver light that pierced their eyes, but no matter how strong that light was, it still could not stop them from looking back frequently and from experiencing the sadness as they left. Their home was getting farther and farther away. The outline of the tribe gradually became fainter. The tribesmen could now only see the faint wisps of black smoke rising into the air and the broken state of the tribe. Yet the times when the tribe was still beautiful were carved into their hearts. They would not forget. They could not find it within themselves to forget. Su Ming turned around. Every single detail about the tribe was also ingrained into his memories. The tribe contained his childhood, all the happy moments in his life, and his growth. He was familiar with every part of the tribe. He could not forget every single plot of land within the tribe. Everything within the tribe would remain forever in his head. Unless they absolutely needed to, no one would want to leave their homes. No one would be willing to leave behind their familiar homes and travel to the unfamiliar wind stream to be subjected to the fate of becoming an affiliated tribe. Yet, this was the only way. It was the only way for Dark Mountain Tribe to not perish and continue their line. The path to Wind Stream was long, very long. The road was uneven, but they had to continue walking down that path. The danger was not resolved. It was just the opposite. The true danger had just begun. They had the tribe protecting them previously, hence Dark Mountain Tribe was able to defend against Black Mountain Tribe's first wave of attack. Yet during the process of migration, the crowd was forced to travel in a long line. Most of the people were normal tribe members. They had no way of defending themselves against berserkers. This process of migration was bound to not be peaceful. Once Dark Mountain Tribe was defeated, what awaited them would be the death of all their berserkers. The men would all be massacred, including the male infants and the lassus. As long as they were men, they would all die. The only ones who would survive were the women from Dark Mountain Tribe. They would be brought back to Black Mountain Tribe and become akin to objects. Their only use would be to give birth to Black Mountain Tribe's offspring and strengthen Black Mountain Tribe. They would have to live the rest of their days in humiliation. It was impossible to be fast when hundreds of people needed to migrate in one go. It was especially so since there was a large number of lassus and women in the crowd. Amidst the cold brought by winter, the sounds of their weeping gradually lessened, and silence replaced all sounds. They did not know where their future would lie. Perhaps Wind Stream was the only place they could go, yet no one knew whether they would be able to make it alive to Wind Stream Tribe. They did not know how many of them would die, and how many of them would never be able to see their families again after this journey. There were quite a number of youngsters within the crowd that did not possess a berserker body. In the past, they rarely contributed to the tribe, and they spent most of their time playing and fooling around. Yet because they were the family members of berserkers who died in battle, no one would be bothered by their actions as long as they did not step out of bounds. Now, these dozens of youngsters looked around fearfully in the crowd, hoping and wishing desperately that they could reach Wind Stream in an instant. Surrounding the long trail of people were the berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe. They quietly protected their tribe members with persistence even though they were tired. Sometimes they would go up and help the weak elderly folk. Walking right in front of the people was the tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe. His face was firm as he treaded cautiously forward. There were a few berserkers behind him, and they all remained alert of their surroundings. It was the same by the flanks and the back of the crowd. The elder walked at the back. In his hands, he held the white bone cane and walked forward solemn and vigilant. Bei Ling held Chen Shin's hand as they moved silently on the right flank. His face was pale and the blood staining his chest had increased, but he did not mind. Lei Chen, Wula, and the other berserker in the tribe were all surrounding their tribe members as they kept watch. The responsibilities for the head of the guards and Shan Hen were great as they guarded both sides of the flank and silently followed along. The head of the guards held a bow in his right hand. If there was any hint of movement, then he would draw his bow and shoot that very moment. Behind him, there was an old man who would occasionally look at the head of the guards calmly. Su Ming recognized that old man. He was Nan Song, the old man who guarded the herb storage. Shan Hen was indifferent, as usual. No one knew what he was thinking about. Sometimes, a complicated look would appear briefly in his narrowed eyes, but no one noticed it. Su Ming followed the crowd and listened to their cries, which slowly turned into silence. His heart clenched in pain. When he saw the looks of fear on those familiar faces, Su Ming fisted his hands. Protect the tribe. Fight for the tribe, Su Ming muttered. He was protecting the right flank. Shan Hen was walking not too far ahead of him. He did not choose that place. The elder assigned him to that position when they were moving. In Su Ming's arms was a girl about 5 to 6 years of age. That girl's name was Tong Tong. She was asleep, but there were tears staining her eyelashes. Her father had died in battle, and her mother died the previous night. She was the only one left in her family. Mama, Papa, Peepee, as the girl slept, she trembled as if she was haunted by nightmares. As tears slid down her face, she clutched Su Ming's shirt. Su Ming knew that Peepee was the girl's pet. It was very cute, and she would always carry it around in her arms. Tong Tong, be good, Su Ming patted her back lightly as sadness appeared in his eyes. He felt as if he had just grown up in an instant. Chapter 87. Black Mountain Tribe's Pursuit. The northern wind moaned and lifted the snow from the ground. The snow swayed in the wind, as if having no roots and not knowing where it should go, just like the crowd walking through it. The dark mountain tribesmen slowly left the tribe that had served as their home for generations and moved forward quietly through the forest. Gradually, no one spoke anymore. Even the crying sounds of the children stopped soon. They were either placated by their parents, or chose to grit their teeth and turn their sorrows into determination and hate. Most of the hundreds of people within the tribe were normal people. There were also the old and the weak among them, hence they could not speed up their journey. The cold wind that blew past seemed to freeze their bones, and the thick snow underneath their feet further decreased their speed. The berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe remained alert in the midst of their sorrow, keeping watch over their tribe members. They did not dare to let down their guard because a fight to the death might occur at any moment. Once they died, then there would be no one who could protect their tribe members, leaving them completely defenseless to attacks. The girl in Su Ming's arms held tightly onto his shirt. The wind during winter might be cold, but what was colder were her dreams, yet, perhaps Su Ming's warm embrace was enough, and the child gradually calmed down as if finding peace within her dreams. Nonetheless, tears continued escaping from the corners of her eyes. Su Ming hugged the child gently and moved forward, walking on the snow on the ground. His gaze traveled to his surroundings frequently, and when his gaze landed on the familiar faces belonging to his tribe members, he saw sadness and unwillingness, but at the same time, he also saw resolution and resolve. Su Ming gritted his teeth and hatred appeared in his eyes. He walked forward quietly and would sometimes support the weak elderly to help their shivering bodies travel faster in the snow. If we don't stop and walk continuously day and night, at this speed, we'll need at least 3 days before we reach Windstream Tribe. 3 days, I wonder how many of us will survive by the end. Su Ming's heart was bleeding. He was afraid, not for his own safety, but of how many familiar faces he would no longer be able to see 3 days later. Su Ming knew that if there were any other faster method to transfer their tribe members to Windstream Tribe, the elder would have used them. Yet although the dark python's speed was quick, it could not carry a large number of people in one go. Besides, the normal members of the tribe could not withstand the pressure of traveling in the sky. They would need several powerful berserkers at the level of the head of the guards to protect them if they did so. Yet once these powerful berserkers left, it would be practically impossible for the remaining people to survive. Mama, as Su Ming remained silent, the girl in his arms mumbled in her dreams and wrapped her arms tightly around Su Ming's neck, as if the moment she let go, she would lose her peace. Indeed, I was right to come back. Su Ming patted the child's back lightly. Time passed by slowly. When it was almost dusk, the migrating crowd from Dark Mountain Tribe had traveled a large distance away from their homes. They gritted their teeth and moved forward through the forest and the cold. Suddenly, from the back, a piercing whistle that shook the sky sounded. The moment the piercing whistle rang out, howls of excitement immediately followed after. At the same moment, the silhouettes of people dashed towards them from behind. Almost all the people in Dark Mountain Tribe were shocked. A cold glint appeared in the elder's eyes. The berserkers beside him, the head of the guards, and all the other berserkers looked murderous. Their tribe members trembled in fear as they were surrounded by the threat of death. They were afraid, and they cried, unable to help themselves. Things started to get a little chaotic. Those in the front and middle, remain in your positions. Continue protecting the tribe and move forward. All those protecting the rear, kill the enemies. The elder immediately gave a command. Su Ming gave the girl in his arms to a normal member of the tribe and was just about to move to the back when he heard the elder's words. He froze, then gritted his teeth and remained in his place, protecting his tribe as they left under the guidance of the tribe leader. Behind them, the elder and 7 other berserkers from his tribe stood like a wall that shielded them from their enemies. Whistling sounds echoed in the air, and 20-something berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe appeared from the forest behind them. When Su Ming saw so many berserkers appearing at once, his heart jolted. They only had 30-something berserkers in Dark Mountain Tribe. Yet Black Mountain Tribe managed to send out 20-something berserkers in one attack alone. It was a fact that was difficult for him to believe. Among these berserkers, most of them were around the 4th or 5th level of the blood solidification realm. However, there were 5 people who had reached the 6th level of the blood solidification realm, and another 3 who had reached the 7th level. There was no one in the 8th level in their team, but leading the charge were 2 men wearing black robes. These 2 men's clothes were completely different from the rest of Black Mountain Tribe, and they stood out. They also exuded a great and strong presence of chi that made Su Ming's pupils shrink. That power of chi had already surpassed the head of the guards, Shan Hen, and the tribe leader's chi. Their level of cultivation and the feeling of countless lives that had been slain in their hands showed that they were berserkers around the 10th level of the blood solidification realm. However, Su Ming could tell that the eyes of these 2 black-robed men were dull and lifeless, a clear sign that differentiated them from normal people. Yet their movements were agile. Under their leadership, the 20-something Black Mountain Tribe berserkers rushed towards the elder and the others with excitement and bloodlust. Strange cries were emitted from their lips, and when the sound traveled into the normal tribe members' ears, they trembled fearfully. "Go quickly." The elder turned his head and said in a low voice, then turned back and moved towards the berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe. With one swing of his arm, black wind appeared out of thin air and stirred around him, causing a large amount of snow from the area to be lifted before he rushed towards the 20-something berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe. The 2 men in the later stage of the blood solidification realm's target was clear. They did not look at anyone else. Instead, as their blood veins erupted in explosive power and let out piercing light, they rushed into the black wind and headed straight towards the elder as banging sounds echoed around them. From the other berserkers who were swept into the black wind, 7 to 8 of them immediately coughed out blood. Their bodies trembled and immediately collapsed, bursting apart into pieces of flesh and blood. A stench of blood instantly filled the air. The massacre started. Besides the elder, there were only 7 berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe protecting the rear. Resolution appeared on their faces, and they absolutely did not cower. Behind them were their tribe members and their families. They could not shrink back, they absolutely would not retreat. The 7 people lifted their heads and howled with sadness and determination before they rushed towards the dozens of berserkers charging towards them. They would do everything to hinder these people and buy time for their tribe members. Their level of cultivation was not high. The strongest among them was at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. Most of them were around the 5th level. Yet at that moment, there was an indescribable presence coming from them. That presence screamed out their desire to protect their homes and their tribe members. Even if they died, that will of theirs would never die. Even if their bones were crushed and their bodies turned to ashes, they would not allow their enemies to break through. This was the human wall made with their flesh and blood. This was the ravine created with their lives. This was the desperation created from their souls. This was their choice. Su Ming's eyes became red. He was not the only one. Most of the berserkers around him had become possessed by madness. Some of the normal tribe members had already started shouting. They wanted to fight. "Don't look. Your duty is to protect the tribe as we migrate. We have to leave." Just as Su Ming and the others were about to rush out and join the fray, the tribe leader spoke from where he was in the front. There was a determined look on his face, but underneath that determination was sadness. He was the tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe. His duty was to help as many people from Dark Mountain Tribe to survive as he could, so that the tribe could continue existing. Su Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot, but he had to quell his killing intent. He looked at those 7 tribe members hundreds of feet away from him, who were assaulted by dozens of screeching berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe that came like a tidal wave. When a thunderous sound reverberated in the area, Su Ming clearly saw one of his tribe members coughing out a mouthful of blood. His right arm exploded, and he staggered backward. Still, he stopped even though both of his legs had collapsed. He continued to cry out ferociously and banged his head into his bloodthirsty and excited enemy's head. He even opened his mouth and bit down on the dumbstruck enemy berserker's neck and tore out his flesh. His enemy let out a sharp and painful cry. The man from Black Mountain tribe was terrified. His neck was bloody and torn, and screaming in pain, he punched the berserker's chest, causing him to cough out blood. Still, the man viciously bit deeper into his opponent's flesh. That cruel look on his face and his insane act made the man from Black Mountain tribe's heart tremble. At that moment, the tribe member who swallowed the flesh turned his head abruptly and looked at the column that was getting farther away from him. He seemed to have seen Su Ming looking at him from the crowd. A warm smile appeared on his lips. He was a man in his 30s. In his eyes, Su Ming was still just a child. That smile was filled with the kindness of an adult towards a child. It was a completely different look compared to the vicious one he had before. Once that smile appeared, he turned back and closed his eyes. In that instant, all his blood veins exploded, which affected his entire body and caused it to explode in a bang. That violent bang turned into a sound that shook the sky. The moment the person's body exploded, terror appeared in the eyes of the man whose neck was torn. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. That was the self-triggered explosion of blood veins. That was the last cry made in their lives using every part of their flesh and blood. That voice told all their pursuers from Black Mountain tribe that if they wanted to destroy Dark Mountain tribe, they would have to pay a price they could not have imagined. Amidst the roaring, the man from Black Mountain tribe coughed out a mouthful of blood. His arms had burst apart. He struggled, retreating. No will to fight remained in his body. His heart was trembling. He was afraid. Chapter 88. Who is the traitor? There were other members of Black Mountain tribe who were also afraid. That sort of self-triggered explosion had happened 3 times within that short amount of time. From those 3 explosions alone, Black Mountain tribe lost 7 men. Yet the battle still continued. Tears fell from Su Ming's eyes. He bit down on his lip and averted his gaze while running forward with his tribe members. He knew that his tribe members defending the rear were using their lives to buy time for them. They were using their flesh and blood to stall their enemies. What Su Ming needed to do at that moment was to not let their lives be sacrificed in vain. They had to protect the normal members of their tribe within this limited amount of time and go farther. The situation was just as intense at the elder's side. The 2 men in the later stage of the blood solidification realm seemed as if they did not know pain. Their faces were void of expression even though many parts of their bodies had sustained injuries. Even so, they continued pestering the elder. Yet the elder's true strength was unknown to most people, including Su Ming himself. The elder let out a cold huff, and numerous ripples appeared around them. The ripples rushed towards them, and the 2 men in the later stage of the blood solidification realm immediately trembled. The elder took one quick step forward and arrived before them within the span of a breath. He touched one of their heads with a finger, and with a bang, his head exploded. The moment his body fell, the elder swung his fist at the other person, and as a thunderous roar shook through the sky, the man's body also trembled and burst apart. Yet the moment the 2 men died, a large amount of black mist appeared from their corpses. The black mist gathered together in the blink of an eye and turned into the vague shape of a person that charged towards the retreating elder. Bai-Tu. The elder narrowed his eyes. He knew that the black mist was not Bai-Tu's original body, but the result of a fallen berserker art. However, if this art was used, then it meant that Bai-Tu was around the area, or perhaps, he was rushing towards this place. At that moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from ahead of the crowd. The sudden appearance of the sound immediately changed the expressions of the tribe leader, the berserkers from Dark Mountain tribe, and all the other tribe members. From the 2 sides of the forest, the same sharp sound could be heard. A huge gust of wind bellowed, as if telling them that a large amount of their enemies from Black Mountain tribe surrounded them. If that was the case, it would have been fine. They could leave behind the berserkers, and they would use their deaths in exchange for the tribe members to continue their migration. But the moment the shouts of excitement and bloodlust echoed around them, the ground trembled from hundreds of feet in front of the tribe leader. The earth sank down as the land shook, and it was quickly followed by a large amount of giant wood around thousands of feet in length and hundreds of feet in breadth suddenly shooting up from the ground like a giant door, completely blocking the tribe's path. On top of that giant wooden barricade stood 3 men from Black Mountain tribe. The leader of the trio was dozens of feet tall. In his hands, He held a bow that was about his height and stared at the people below him with a cruel smile on his lips. At the same time, on both sides of the tribe, 2 large wooden barricades also appeared from the ground. The height of the barricades, which were around thousands of feet in length, completely trapped Dark Mountain tribe within them. Several people also stood on top of the 2 wooden barricades on the sides. They looked down coldly at the people standing below them, and there was a teasing look in their eyes. This was a trap that had been set a long time ago. The expressions of everyone in Dark Mountain tribe immediately changed. The tribe leader's face was pale, but his eyes were filled with shocking killing and battle intent. The other berserkers were the same. How did they know about our route? How did they manage to lay down this trap beforehand? Those were the questions that appeared in all their hearts at that moment. Who is it? Just who is the traitor of Dark Mountain tribe? Su Ming trembled. In his mind, he recalled the elder once telling him that there was a traitor within their tribe. At the same time, the elder, who was fighting against the black mist formed by Baitu's fallen berserker art in the distance, also saw this scene. Sadness and anger appeared in his eyes. He had suspected that there was a traitor among them, and he used everything that he could to find him, but that person hid himself too well. No traces or hints could be found, as if the traitor had never existed. However, now, the elder was certain. Nonetheless, he still could not figure who the traitor was, and his motives for betraying the tribe. At that moment of danger, the people from Dark Mountain tribe were filled with fear and panic. The normal members of the tribe were pale. Just as they thought they were powerless to fight back, whooshing sounds came from the tops of the 3 barricades, and more berserkers from Black Mountain tribe appeared. There were about 50 or more people standing on top of the barricades. The elder raised his right hand and abruptly pointed towards the tribe in the distance. The moment he pointed towards them, the weather above the trapped Dark Mountain tribe suddenly changed. The sky and the land trembled, and a black light that could pierce through heaven appeared. That light gathered together and turned into the astonishing statue of the god of berserkers from Dark Mountain that was about hundreds of feet in size. It was a ferocious statue that was half man, half beast, and filled with the air of savagery since ancient times. It held a dragon in one hand, and in the other, a long spear. There was madness and bloodlust in its eyes. Its appearance immediately turned the sky dark, as if the weather itself was stifled by its mighty presence. However, the statue was not completely distinct in shape. It was slightly faded, as if it could not materialize completely within a short amount of time. Black light scattered from its body and enveloped the people below it, protecting all the people from Dark Mountain tribe within. Berserkers of Dark Mountain tribe, go forth. The tribe members stay within. Fight till we breathe our last. At that moment, the tribe leader from Dark Mountain tribe let out a long howl. He leapt upwards at the giant wooden barricade before him. He knew that if they wanted to leave this place, they had to destroy this barricade. Retreating was not an option. Kill them. All the berserkers from Dark Mountain tribe dashed madly towards their enemies that were already charging at them. The head of the guards from Dark Mountain tribe leapt forward with his bow in hand and drew it. With a thunderous cry, he fired an arrow towards the left barricade. 2 other berserkers followed behind the tribe leader as they too charged forward with resolution. Bei Ling, Wula, Lei Chen, and the berserkers were all fueled with madness and fought with their lives at stake. Shan Hen fell silent and hesitated for a moment before he too went forward. Su Ming's heart was filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to move, he heard the sounds of weeping from behind him. The girl he had been carrying was jolted awake and was looking at him with tears falling from her eyes. Su Ming did not turn back. He bounded forward and leapt on the barricade before him. The dozens of berserkers from Black Mountain tribe on the barricade let out strange cries as they charged towards Su Ming and the other berserkers by his side, engaging in battle of life and death. It was dusk. The sun in the sky was dim, and the moon was beginning to show itself, a clear sign that night was just around the corner. Su Ming's blood was boiling. His heart was burning, his anger roaring, and his eyes were bloodshot. He broke through the seal in wind stream and dashed madly back to the tribe for only one purpose, to live and die for the tribe. Now, the time had come. I was born a member of Dark Mountain, and I will die a member of Dark Mountain. Su Ming did not hesitate and let all 243 blood veins in his body burst forth with power, showing off his power as a 7th-level berserker in the blood solidification realm. However, there was only chaos in the battlefield. No one took note of his existence. Before him, there was one person who was in the 7th level of the blood solidification realm among the dozens of men from Dark Mountain tribe. The others were all around the 5th or 6th level. The man in the 7th level originally had a vicious look on his face as he charged forward with his team. In his eyes, the 7 to 8 berserkers from Dark Mountain tribe were nothing. He was the vice chief of hunters in Black Mountain tribe. Killing these people was the same as flicking his wrist. Yet the moment he approached them, his pupils shrank and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He could clearly feel a vast and powerful amount of chi that made his heart tremble coming from the frail-looking teenager among the 7 to 8 people. Who was he? How could he have such an amount of chi at his age? The man did not have time to think. Su Ming had already come close to him within the blink of an eye. His first target was this person. All of it happened in an instant. The two sides clashed together with a loud bang, and the sounds of battle rang through the air, as did voices filled with pain and agony. Su Ming hurled his fist forward. The moment he did so, all 243 blood veins in his body became one and crashed into the man in the 7th level of the blood solidification realm from Black Mountain tribe. Thunderous sounds echoed in the air, so that sound was like a speck of dust in that intense battlefield. While berserkers fought for their lives, the tribe members who were under the protection of the light from the statue were all trembling with pale faces. Yet, they were all determined, and they did not shrink back. They were afraid, but being afraid did nothing to help them. There was deep-seated hatred and anger that seemed to be able to burn the sky and the earth within their eyes. They were silent. Everyone was silent. The girl who just woke up no longer cried. Instead, she watched Su Ming's back as he fought for the tribe. When he threw his fist forward, his opponent roared and did the same thing. A thunderous clash sounded as their fists met each other. Blood trickled down from the corner of the man's lips. There was a dumbfounded look on his face, and his arms seemed to be on the verge of breaking. As the gigantic amount of power rushed towards him, he retreated on instinct. Yet as he retreated, it made Su Ming howl, and without care for his own pain, he blasted forth with shocking speed and got closer to the man within the blink of an eye, then punched him again, and again. Within the blink of an eye, Su Ming had already thrown 8 punches, and all of them had landed on the man's body. It made him stagger backwards with an aghast expression appearing in his eyes, and a large amount of blood flowing out from his mouth. The man hadn't expected to meet such a mad and powerful berserker in this place. Die! Su Ming closed in on him again. This time, he did not use his fists. Instead, the moment he got closer, he used his head and slammed it against the man's head. The man let out a sharp cry of pain, and his body was pushed back until he crashed into the giant wooden barricade. With a bang, the man coughed out a large amount of fresh blood. He was completely taken aback by Su Ming's speed. There was no time to retaliate. Su Ming, he was too fast. Chapter 89. Funeral Song. Who is he? There's no one in Dark Mountain tribe who has this level of power at this age. The man coughed out blood as shock appeared on his face. His mind was in a mess, and he cried out in his heart. Yet Su Ming was too quick. The moment the man crashed into the giant wooden barricade, he closed in once again with madness and murderous intent. As he thrust his fist forward, he bit down on his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. When the blood appeared, it turned instantly into blood mist, a clear sign that Su Ming just casted dark blood dust. The moment the art was casted, the mist rushed towards the man. It closed in on the man, who was now in a state of disbelief, and Su Ming's right hand pierced through the blood mist at the fastest speed he could muster and crashed into the man's chest. With a loud bang, the giant wooden barricade trembled. The man widened his eyes, and all light disappeared from within them. A large amount of blood escaped from his mouth. There was a hole in his chest, where Su Ming's fist had blasted through. Kill them! Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He did not stop once he killed that one person. He turned around and rushed towards the other warriors from Black Mountain tribe. His fight with the man might have been over in a moment, but all the people from Black Mountain tribe nearby had seen the entire fight. They could not believe it. They just watched their vice chief of hunters die before their eyes. They did not even manage to follow Su Ming's body, only seeing an afterimage dashing around. It was not just them. The other berserkers around Su Ming were also stunned. They knew Su Ming. They were familiar with Su Ming. In their memories, he was just a normal member of their tribe. Previously, they didn't have time to think why Su Ming had stood in the midst of the other berserkers, but at that moment, when Su Ming's strength exploded forth, besides being shocked, they also felt strongly inspired. As Su Ming let out a low growl, the other 7 to 8 berserkers from his tribe also roared. Kill them! Kill all those who destroyed our homes! Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot. A strong and boundless presence of chi erupted from his body, and he threw a punch. Kill all those who slaughtered our tribe members. One more punch. Kill all those who murdered our people. Another punch. Su Ming's body flickered around dozens of terrified men from Black Mountain tribe and showed off just how deep he had sunk into his madness. He had never killed so many people before, had never felt so much hate. At that moment, he was no longer a teenager who had yet to reach 17 years of age, but a maddened killer. As fresh blood splashed all over the place, a thunderous sound rang out beside Su Ming's ears, and his heart bled. That was the sound of a tribe member choosing to trigger the explosion of his blood veins because he had sustained too many grave injuries. This was a battle. This was a battle between the invaders and the defenders. This was a crazed battle between two tribes. This was the battle sparked from the hundreds of years of hatred between Dark Mountain Tribe and Black Mountain Tribe that would never end until one of them was completely destroyed. The sudden increase of berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe caused the battle to become so much more intense and tragic. The number of berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe was not great. It was less than that of Black Mountain. Yet at that moment, all the people from Dark Mountain Tribe were persistent. They were willing to give up everything to protect their homes, their tribe members, and their tribe. Death was nothing. Fighting for their homes, for their tribe, for their children, and for their parents was the most brilliant moment of their lives. The light from the statue protected the crowd. In the silence, a sob could be heard, and it echoed outwards. The tribesmen were calling out for the warriors. They were crying for those that fought to protect them. Their children, their fathers, the berserkers. Mama, why is the sky blue? Is it because Papa is protecting us from above? Papa, why do the stars blink at night? Is it because Mama is there watching us? No one knew who was the first to start mumbling the lyrics, but gradually, almost all the tribe members who were protected by the statue's light started singing amidst the wails and sobs. Their voices mixed together and gradually turned into a low musical wave. The sound was gentle and sad, but within that gentleness and sadness, there was also an indescribable emotion. Those lyrics belonged solely to Dark Mountain Tribe. When someone from their tribe died, their tribe members would gather around the fire and look at their deceased tribe member as they sang the song of mourning. Lasu, you are not alone in the sky. Do not be sad. Do not cry. Mama and Papa will look at you from where we are. Every year, every day, we will look at you. I will not cry. I will not be sad. I will not be lonely. I know that you are there, watching me. I am happy. The singing voices gradually grew louder and more distinct amidst the sounds of weeping. When the berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe fighting without fear of death heard the voices of their tribe members and heard the familiar words, sadness appeared on their faces, and they let out depressed growls. They will fight. They will fight until they die. Su Ming trembled. Tears fell from his eyes. His body was covered in fresh blood. Some of it was his own, but the larger part belonged to his enemies. He did not know fatigue. He did not know fear. All he knew was only that he had to fight till he breathed his last. Once he could no longer move, and once his body was too heavily wounded for him to continue fighting, he would trigger his blood veins and self-destruct. Mama, Papa, Peepee, from behind, Su Ming heard the wails of the little girl who had woke up. Su Ming's heart clenched in pain. It was bleeding. It was as if a countless number of needles had pierced through his heart. It made his speed increase even more. It made his punches even more powerful. Amid the sadness and killing, a song filled with tears echoed in the air. The song was filled with desolation, sadness, and separation. Not too far away, Lu Di sat under a tree. His legs were already bloody stumps, and his body was covered in blood. His face was pale, and his eyes dim. He raised the shoen made of bone with his trembling hands and placed it by his mouth, and begun to play a tragic song. The moaning sound was like the cry of a mother, and it mixed with the low rumbling song sung by their tribe members on the tragic battlefield, turning it into a song that made hearts clench in grief. The sad moans floated with the wind and melted into the snow on the ground. They sank into the tribe members' blood, causing every single one of them, who heard it, to start crying on the battlefield. Su Ming trembled. This was not the first time he had heard the funeral song, but it was the first time he cried like this. It made him feel as if he lost his heart, turning him into a heartless person. The only thing left behind were the injuries decorating his entire body and the endless sadness he felt. Besides the sorrowful funeral song, Su Ming also heard the sounds of exploding caused by self-destruction. Each boom symbolized another berserker from his tribe choosing to make his blood veins explode. "Don't count me out from the road to hell." Su Ming smiled brokenly. He threw another punch outward and blasted another enemy of his tribe into pieces of flesh. Su Ming, too, coughed out a mouthful of blood. As he turned around, he saw his tribe member playing the song underneath the tree before his death. That tribe member's eyes may have been dim, but there was still a hint of light within. He played the song, and the blood on his hands stained the shoen made of bone. Nonetheless, it could not dampen his song, his sadness, and his parting words. This was the very last song he would play for his tribe. This time, he played the song with his life. Su Ming closed his eyes and averted his gaze. The moment he did so, his pupils shrank suddenly. He saw, in the other direction, 3 men from Black Mountain tribe standing before Bei Ling. They forced Bei Ling to continuously retreat with their vicious excitement. Bei Ling's bow was broken. There were a lot of wounds on his body, and especially on his chest. A large amount of blood poured out from the wounds on his chest. His face was pale. In his hands, he held a knife made of bone. There was stubbornness and solemnness in his actions as he madly continued to attack his enemies. He could not retreat. Behind him were his tribe members. Even if his tribe members were protected by the light from the statue, he could not retreat. There was a girl behind him. That girl was crying as she looked at Bei Ling, at his trembling body, and at his back, which stood firm before her like a hill. That girl was Chen Xin. She seemed to be shouting something, telling something to Bei Ling. Su Ming was standing far away from them. He could not hear them, but he could tell the gentleness hidden in Chen Xin's eyes as she looked at Bei Ling. She liked Bei Ling. At that moment, she became even surer of her feelings. She liked him. Tears fell from her eyes when she saw Bei Ling tremble and one of the 3 men from Black Mountain tribe approach, laughing viciously. As the bone knife went to Bei Ling's head as quickly as lightning, Chen Xin let out a sharp and mournful cry before she rushed forward. Bei Ling smiled brokenly. He was too tired and could no longer continue fighting. Since yesterday, he had been immersed in one battle after another. He knew that he could not avoid the attack. Just as he was about to self-destruct, he looked at Chen Xin, who was hugging him. "All right, since you came, then leave with me." Just as Bei Ling closed his eyes and was about to make his blood veins explode, a sudden thunderous roar resounded through the sky and shook their entire surroundings. Every single one of the berserkers, including the people from Black Mountain tribe fighting against them, felt their hearts tremble when they heard the sound, which reverberated and shook the sky and earth. A long red spear rushed towards Bei Ling's direction at an incredible speed. That long spear exuded a powerful murderous intent, and within of air madness, turned into a giant red eagle that was seen by everyone present on the battlefield. Within the span of a breath, it whizzed past Bei Ling and pierced through the chest of the man from Black Mountain tribe who was about to swing his knife downwards. With a thunderous boom, the man's body was impaled to the ground. At the same moment, a huge wave of chi erupted forth and spread to their surroundings. The man's body exploded abruptly, turning into pieces of flesh and blood. The other 2 men from Black Mountain tribe trembled and took a few steps back on instinct as they coughed out blood. At that very moment, a person leapt towards them like lightning and stood before Bei Ling, replacing everything in their sights. The moment he saw the back of the person, a huge wave stirred in Bei Ling's heart. He was familiar with this sight. He experienced this once in Windstream tribe. There was one person who had stood before him like this. Even if their faces and body shapes were different, at that moment, their bodies overlapped in Bei Ling's eyes. Su Ming. Bei Ling's eyes were filled with disbelief. He stood there, stunned, and he understood everything. Chapter 90. It already happened, so let it go. He knew then that the person who had appeared before him with the same method in Windstream Tribe and fought on equal grounds with Wu Sen was Su Ming. He knew then that the person who had placed his blood that was extracted from the center of his brows in his room when he had returned completely exhausted to Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings in Windstream Tribe, whose identity he had kept trying to figure out, was also Su Ming. At that same moment, when he saw Su Ming's back before him, in his dumbfounded state, he also saw the figure of the person who had been the center of everyone's attention when he returned from the first stage of the test. That feeling was so incredibly familiar that he knew that that person was also Su Ming. All these thoughts appeared like thunderbolts in Bei Ling's head. They were like lightning traveling through his mind. It made his body tremble. He did not dare to believe all of it, finding it hard to comprehend how it could be true. Su Ming had, at some unknown point of time, silently obtained such an amount of power that even Bei Ling had to look up to him. In his memories, Su Ming was the one he had always been jealous of, whom he had treated with disdain in his heart, spoken to indifferently, so the change now threw his heart into a state of chaos. That complicated feeling made him forget that he was still in the battlefield, surrounded by slaughter, and everything else around him. His head was completely blank, and he was at a loss. How could this be? Bei Ling mumbled. Chen Xin hugged him tightly, tears falling from her eyes. She did not see Su Ming. There was only Bei Ling's pale face before her eyes and the sight of his back standing before her like a mountain. This might seem to have happened slowly, but in truth, the moment Su Ming's spear stirred up the wave of qi on the ground, and the body of the man with the knife exploded, Su Ming took a leap forward. His speed left behind an afterimage that rushed towards the person who was pushed back by the wave of qi. That person was in his 50s, but he was only at the 5th level of the blood solidification realm. He only managed to take a few steps back when his vision blurred. His pupils immediately shrank, and he was about to retreat backwards when he felt a strong sense of danger. But Su Ming was just too fast. Before the man managed to retreat, he closed in on him just as a loud booming sound reverberated through the air. There was a vicious expression on Su Ming's face, and it was filled with furious murderous intent. He did not use his fists, but his entire body, and crashed into the man's chest. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. Blood trickled down the man's lips. His back exploded abruptly, because his body could not bear the incredible force brought by Su Ming's attack. In an instant, all the bones in his body were crushed. His body was thrown to the back, and before he even landed on the ground, he breathed his last. The hate in Su Ming's eyes did not decrease. It only became much stronger. He hated everyone from Black Mountain Tribe. He turned around suddenly and fixed his eyes on the last of the 3 warriors from Black Mountain Tribe who had wanted to kill Bei Ling. He was standing not too far away from Su Ming. That person was sturdy looking, but he was not tall. The vicious smile and excited look he had when he wanted to kill Bei Ling was now gone. That smile was replaced with a horrified look on his face, and his eyes were filled with terror. He could only watch in shock as Su Ming killed a person with a throw of his spear, and then another with his body. The quick and clean kills made the man feel as if Su Ming was surrounded by cruelty and madness. His heart pounded against his chest. When Su Ming turned his eyes towards him, he immediately let loose a terrified scream and retreated without care for anything. He was afraid. In his mind, Su Ming was definitely at the same level as the leaders in Dark Mountain Tribe. This was not someone who he could fight with. Yet before the man could even take 3 steps backwards, a sharp cry cut through the air. An arrow traveled from the distance, seeming to slice through the air. It closed in on the man in an instant and pierced through his neck before sinking into the tree behind him with his blood on its body. The arrow thumped upon contact, causing the tree to jolt. The man held his neck, but blood continued pouring from his wound. His eyes dimmed, and he fell to the ground. His corpse was soon trampled by all the warriors who were still trying to kill those from the opposite tribe. In the distance, the exhausted head of the guards quickly turned his gaze away and continued fighting against the leader from Black Mountain Tribe, who was at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. Su Ming walked towards Bei Ling and stopped before him, then pulled blood scales out from the ground. Once he managed to free it, something flickered in his eyes. He was about to continue fighting against those from Black Mountain Tribe when he heard Bei Ling's voice, filled with conflict and hesitation, travel into his ears. "Thank you." The voice was caught between the sounds of battle and the moans of the Shuan. It sounded weak. Su Ming did not seem to hear it. Once he pulled out his spear, he walked away. Yet, he only took a few steps forward before faltering. "It already happened, so let it go. You have to live for Chen Xin," Su Ming said, then bounded towards the crowd closest to him fighting against each other. The moment Su Ming sped forward, an aloof look from the barricade far away from him turned towards him. That gaze belonged to a man wearing a sackcloth. He seemed to be in his 40s. His body was incredibly strong and looked like an iron tower. He was covered in fresh blood, but most of it belonged to the berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe. The strength of his chi spoke of a man at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. His power was about the same as Yi Wang's, who had fought against Su Ming some time ago. The moment he looked towards Su Ming, that man lifted his right hand. There was a long knife made of bone in his hand. The moment he swung that knife down, he decapitated a warrior from Dark Mountain Tribe who was fighting against him. That tribe member did not even have time to trigger the explosion of his blood veins. His head was caught by that man, and he threw it towards where he had seen Su Ming. The head fell by Su Ming's feet, blood flowing from the severed neck. The blood dyed the snow red, and the heat from the blood quickly melted the snow into a puddle of blood and water. Su Ming stopped and lifted his head in the direction the head had come from. His eyes met with the others through the crowd, and Su Ming saw the cruelty and aloofness in the man's eyes. The man, too, saw Su Ming's madness and killing intent in his bloodshot eyes. The moment their gazes met, the man moved. He rushed towards Su Ming, just as Su Ming stomped on the ground and charged at the man just as quickly. The man wore a sackcloth, not beast skins, which indicated that his status in Black Mountain Tribe was rather high. If Su Ming could kill that person, then it would definitely deal a heavy blow on Black Mountain Tribe's morale. The moment the man moved, due to his status, it immediately attracted the attention of a lot of people from Black Mountain Tribe who were engaged in battle. It was as if he stirred up their morale, and the warriors let out strange cries as they rushed forward and continued their massacre. The two people closed in on each other, and within an instant, they clashed with a loud bang and engaged each other in an intense battle to the death. Yet at that moment, right in the forefront of the Dark Mountain Tribe, their tribe leader coughed out blood. His face was pale as he staggered back. Before him, more than half of the people from Black Mountain Tribe had died, but a man who wore black robes similar to those the two who had fought against the elder earlier appeared. With an astonishing force, he injured the tribe leader in one move and forced him to move back. The man's, who was dressed in black robes, eyes were blank, but there was a hint of bloodlust within them. He took a large step forward, and behind him, there were two other berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe. They rushed towards the retreating tribe leader. By the looks of it, they wanted to kill the injured tribe leader with just one move. The other warriors who fought beside the tribe leader previously had all self-destructed. He was left alone in the front. Just as the tribe leader seemed as if he could not escape from death, and the people behind him let out cries of anger and sadness, one person suddenly rushed out from the crowd. That man was an elderly person. He was Dark Mountain Tribe's Nan Song. The moment he stepped forward, he let out a light sigh and stomped the ground with his right foot. It did not produce a loud sound, but the man in black robes who had attacked the tribe leader and was currently in pursuit of his life trembled suddenly and staggered. As shock appeared on his face, Nan Song walked out before the old man. With his skinny right arm, he swung his fist forward, completely stopping the man's footsteps. These two people engaged in battle right before the tribe. Yet there were two other berserkers by the side of the man dressed in black robes. One of them, who held a big bow in his hands, was the head of the guards from Black Mountain Tribe. This person might have been surprised by Nan Song's appearance, but with the man dressed in black around, he gritted his teeth and continued chasing after Dark Mountain Tribe's tribe leader. There was cruelty and excitement in his eyes. He could already imagine the glory he would gain in the tribe the moment he killed Dark Mountain's tribe leader and obtained his head. The tribe leader smiled brokenly. He was still several dozens of feet away from the crowd, protected by the light of the statue. At that moment, he knew that he could not go back. Nonetheless, there was no regret in his eyes. There was only reluctance. He did not regret dying in battle. He was the tribe leader. Dying in battle for the tribe was a feat of glory. But he did not want to leave them. He did not want to leave the tribe so soon. He had to bring his people to a safe place. Su Ming saw the danger the tribe leader was in, as did many other people. Yet under the vicious assault by Black Mountain tribe, no one could rush over to help him. After all, the tribe leader's life from Dark Mountain was in question. All the warriors of Black Mountain tribe started blocking the other warriors' path excitedly, trapping each and every single one of them so that they could not save their tribe leader. Su Ming wanted to rush over, but the man wearing the sackcloth from Black Mountain tribe sneered coldly, blocking Su Ming's path and causing him to be unable to rush over. He did not even have the chance to throw his long spear. At that moment, when Dark Mountain tribe's tribe leader could no longer avoid death, dozens of normal teenagers came to the barrier's edge closest to the tribe leader and stood before the crowd whilst under the protection of the statue. These teenagers trembled. They were a useless bunch in the tribe. They did not possess the body of calamity, nor did they have strong bodies. Usually, while the tribe was busy working, they would be hanging around doing nothing because they were the family members of warriors who once died in battle. It made them think that they were somehow privileged, and no matter what they did, as long as they did not betray the tribe, they could live that way forever. They never forgot the glory their families once had, but they did not choose to inherit the responsibility that came with the glory. Instead, they chose to let the protection offered by the glory be an excuse for their laziness and arrogance. Chapter 91. Death of Young Martyrs. They feared death. Their terror towards it made them feel as if their hearts were about to be crushed. That was why they had not dared to walk at the back of the column, but rather chose to walk in the middle. Yet the middle of the crowd was filled with orphaned lassus. That was why they could only choose to rely on the tribe leader and walk at the forefront of the crowd, believing that place to be safe. They thought that the tribe leader could protect them from everything. Yet now, their tribe leader was in danger right before their very eyes. If they chose not to walk out of the light from the statue, they would still be safe. At that dangerous moment, the face of one of the dozens of teenagers in front of the crowd was pale, and his body trembled. Fear seemed to have conquered his entire weak body. Nonetheless, for the first time in his life, desperation and red lines appeared in his eyes. "I've lived most of my life like an ignorant fool. I lived every single day of my life easily and wasted them away while waiting for death. I did not do anything for the tribe, but wasted so much food. I know that there are a lot of tribe members who look down on me. I know that all the lassus think I'm a useless person. And I am a useless person. I don't have a berserker body. I'm lazy. I don't have a strong body. I don't have anything. The only thing I have is the glory obtained in exchange for my father's death when he was killed by a wild beast while out hunting for the tribe. Today, I'll tell you all this. I may be useless, but I'm still a member of the tribe." The teenager's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and rushed outside, straight towards the tribe leader. He would use his flesh and blood and die for the tribe leader. Using his own life, he would become a wall that would protect the tribe leader. With a bang, the teenager exchanged places with the retreating tribe leader, and the young man stood behind him, facing the enemy. At that same moment, a sharp arrow sliced through the air and pierced through his body. He burst apart and died. "Dad, your lasso is not useless." Before the teenager died, he smiled brokenly. The very same moment the youth rushed out and died, all his friends, too, howled and dashed out madly. They would use their lives to repay the tribe for all the years it had provided for them. They would use their lives, and once again welcome the glory they once obtained when one of their family had died. "We may be useless, but we're still part of the tribe." The dozens of teenagers roared. They would use their fragile bodies and blood to create a wall for their tribe leader and their people. Thunderous booms continued crackling in the air. It was clear that the two men from Black Mountain Tribe who were pursuing the tribe leader did not expect the normal members of Dark Mountain Tribe to rush out at this moment. Nevertheless, there was only disdain and scorn in their eyes. To them, these normal people were so weak they would all die from one hit. Amidst the blasts, these dozens of people were all dyed in their own blood, their limbs torn off, but they continued using their lives and willpower to block the enemy's advance. Some of them even clutched tightly onto the head of the guards from Black Mountain Tribe. Even if their bodies were blown apart by the shock, they continued gritting their teeth and holding their ground. It was disastrous. The devastation of the battle seemed to have reached its peak at that very moment. The willpower of these teenagers seemed to have shaken the two men in pursuit. They did not expect these normal people from Dark Mountain Tribe to possess such insanity and determination, so much so that they managed to delay their chase by the span of around 2 breaths. The time of 2 breaths may be short, and these young men had paid for it with their lives, but these 2 breaths, they changed the fate of the tribe leader's life. Consumed by grief, the tribe leader reached the light coming from the statue. His heart felt as if it was being stabbed by knives, but he knew that he could not die, not because of his own wish to live, but because of the tribe. He looked at the corpses that filled the ground before him, at the bunch of people who had once given him headaches, and who he even somewhat disliked. He stared at the once familiar faces now turned into mangled corpses, and the tribe leader, a man built like a tower in his 40s, cried. Behind him, many of the tribe members also cried. These dozens of teenagers used their lives to tell all of them that they may be useless weaklings, but they were also members of the tribe. They could also die for the tribe. Su Ming bit his lip and clashed repeatedly against the man before him. All 243 blood veins in his body had gathered as one, and as he growled, he continued fighting against the man. His specialty was speed, and the man's was strength, similar to Yi Wang. This fight was extremely eye-catching, even amidst the battlefield. Lei Chen saw it, Wu Le saw it, and many of their tribe members saw it, too. The little girl stood in the crowd and watched Su Ming as she cried, terrified. At that moment, a shocking rumble came from the distance. Far away, the black mist formed using a fallen berserker art casted by Black Mountain Tribe's elder, Bai Tu, abruptly crumbled apart after fighting for a long while with the elder. It turned into numerous black puffs of air that swept around its surroundings. The elder then went back to the tribe with an indescribable presence. The elder had returned. It was as if he simply took 3 steps in the air to come back. When his first step landed, the elder suddenly appeared beside Su Ming. The man from Black Mountain Tribe was caught by surprise, and the elder touched the center of his brows with a finger. Then the man trembled and coughed out a large amount of blood, staggering backwards. At the center of his brows, a bloody hole appeared, and soon, light disappeared from his eyes, and he fell to the ground, dead. The elder did not stop. He took another step and appeared at the forefront of the tribe, right beside the man in black battling against Nan Song. With a ghastly wave of his right hand, the man shook furiously before his body burst apart and he died. A presence that seemed to shake the sky and earth appeared explosively on the elder's body as he killed a person with each step he took. His presence birthed fear in all the people from Black Mountain Tribe, and they retreated. Agitation appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he was not the only one filled with such an emotion. All the people from Dark Mountain Tribe let out excited cries. At that moment, the elder took the 3rd step and appeared right before the giant wooden barricade blocking the path forward. With one kick, the barricade crumbled with a bang, turning into countless shards that were about to scatter to the ground when the elder swung his arm. The shards all turned into sharp arrows and sped through the empty spaces between the people of Dark Mountain Tribe, and straight towards all the retreating berserkers of Black Mountain Tribe. In an instant, cries of pain echoed in the air. The moment he finished taking those 3 steps, a sickly red flush appeared on the elder's face, but it disappeared very soon, and once it did, he turned around before speaking calmly, "Don't stop here, move." The moment he spoke, the people from Dark Mountain Tribe left under the guidance of the tribe leader while all those from Black Mountain Tribe did not dare to try and stop them due to the grievous blow they had sustained to their numbers. Dark Mountain Tribe quickly moved forward. Lu Di, who was leaning against the big tree and was on the verge of dying, was also lifted up by the people and carried away. Very soon, the battlefield became silent. The only things left were the corpses that filled the ground and the stench of blood that stayed in the air for a long time. Su Ming stood in the crowd, his body drenched in blood. He moved forward quickly and silently. Beside him was a tribe member holding onto the little girl. She was no longer crying. Strength appeared within her innocent eyes. She was still young and did not understand a lot of things, but during this night, she too grew up. Moonlight scattered on the ground, lighting up the path for the now homeless people of Dark Mountain Tribe, so that they would no longer be bewildered and helpless. Tribe leader, elder, let us old folks stay behind. Don't let our people take care of us anymore and affect their speed at which they can travel, an old voice said from within the crowd. The man coughed. He was a normal old man from the tribe and was already very old, unable to keep up with the long journey. In his mind, instead of having someone support him while dragging down the tribe's speed, he would rather stay behind. Let the young'uns leave. I'll stay. Honestly, we should have chosen to stay in the tribe, huh? Another old man also stopped moving. Very soon, almost all of the old people from the tribe walked out of the crowd one by one. They numbered to about 40 people, and all of them chose to stubbornly stay behind. They could not use their remaining lives to tell the tribe that they were useful, but they could not allow themselves to drag down the tribe's advancement. The tribe leader was stunned. He closed his eyes, then soon reopened them and bowed deeply to these old people of the tribe. Go, we're tired. The old folks smiled. They waved towards their tribe members. Their families were within that crowd of people, and they cried, but could do nothing to stop them. Some of the stronger tribe members volunteered to stay, but were not allowed to do so. One of the elderly walked out and looked at the elder with a smile on his face. Elder, is there a method for us old folks to use so that we can explode and hurt others just like the young'uns did? Tell us. The elder fell silent for a while before walking forward. He placed an object in the hands of the old man and patted his shoulder, letting out a soft sigh. He knew that this was not a time for him to be weak. There were far too many tribe members that needed to move quickly. He turned around. The rest, continue moving. The elderly watched their tribe leave them, its members silently crying and frequently turning their heads back. Warm and gentle smiles appeared on the old people's faces. They sat down, panting harshly, and started talking about the things that had happened to them when they were young, about their past glory. Moonlight illuminated their silhouettes. Once the old folks stayed behind, the column moved much faster. After a long while, once daylight appeared in the horizon, the home of Dark Mountain Tribe, which was left behind by its people, turned into a desolate ruin under the illumination of the moonlight. It seemed like there was no sign of life within those ruins, and they would eventually turn into a remnant of the passage of time. Perhaps the few remaining trees and plants would continue growing there and slowly turn the place into a part of the forest, making it difficult for people to come looking for their memories and the beautiful moments that had happened during their time here. Wind was blowing at the moment. It sounded like the moaning of the Shuan as it lifted the snow off the ground and swept gently through the land. It also lifted a lot of things left behind by the tribe members, and as they were whisked away from the ground, they created sashaying sounds that brought out a feeling of desolation. Among the things left behind, there were toys belonging to children, hides that the tribe members did not manage to take with them, ashes from extinguished fires, scattered herbs, a lot of kitchen utensils, and pieces of the houses that had broken off. Besides the sound of the wind, the ruins of the tribe were in silence, but one of the collapsed houses moved at that moment. A furry and round little creature poked its head out from the ruins. This little creature was very cute. Its fur was originally white, yet at that moment, its fur was gray. Its eyes were filled with fear as it quickly ran out of the house. It trembled under the snowstorm. Squeaks came out from its mouth, as if it was calling out to its owner. Its name was Peepee, and it was the little girl's pet. Yet its owner could not hear its cries. It stayed behind alone in the ruins of the tribe, refusing to be too far away from the collapsed house because that was its home. As it continued squeaking, the little creature slowly retreated as if no longer able to withstand the cold and wishing to return to the house. Yet at that moment, footsteps came from the distance. Dozens of people walked through the tribe's broken gate. A strong man led the team, but his face was gloomy and dark. If Su Ming had been here, then he would recognize the man as the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. Behind him was a teenager who had a similar gloomy and dark look on his face. The young man licked his lips as he looked at his surroundings, a cruel smile appearing on his face. That person was Bai Su. They sure left quickly. After them. The elder should be here soon. This time, besides the women from Dark Mountain Tribe, leave no one alive. The tribe leader said slowly and left the ruins. Bai Su looked away from his surroundings. He was just about to follow the tribe leader when a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. He saw the little trembling creature that did not dare to move. His lips curled up slightly, and he waved his right hand at it. Immediately, the little creature jolted and light faded away from its eyes. A green presence rose from its carcass, which Bai Su caught in his hands and placed at the center of his brows. After a moment, a cruel look appeared in his eyes. "Peepee, is it? You miss your owner, don't you? Then I'll send her to you." Chapter 92, Bai Tu of Black Mountain Tribe. Midnight had arrived a long time ago. There was already a faint and dim light at the horizon. Pale moonlight fell on the snow in the forest, making the light seem cold. As messy crunching sounds appeared, the people of Dark Mountain Tribe moved quickly before dawn. It was quiet all around them. Besides the sounds of crunching snow, there was virtually no other sound. All the people of Dark Mountain Tribe were silent. The elderly, the women, and even the Lassus fell silent as they continued migrating during that night. Several hours had passed since the previous battle. The level of devastation from that battle was deeply imprinted in all of their minds and souls. They would never forget it. Before they left, without including the elder, Dark Mountain Tribe had more than 30 berserkers. After the battle, there were only 14 berserkers left. The blood on these 14 berserkers' body had dried up. As they moved forward with grief and sadness, they carried with them a murderous air as they silently protected their tribe members. Dozens of their own had died, but Black Mountain Tribe had paid an even greater price. This was related to their levels of cultivation, but more importantly, the intruders from Black Mountain Tribe did not have the persistence that the people of Dark Mountain Tribe had because they were forced to leave their homes. It was called a protector's courage. If they had only self-destructed once, perhaps it would have only brought disdain to the intruders from Black Mountain Tribe, but once it happened twice, thrice, 4 times, then it bring about terror among those from Black Mountain Tribe. Dark Mountain Tribe may be weak, but within that weakness, there was strength. Su Ming walked silently. After the battle, he had yet to speak a single word. He was originally just a cheerful child with the recklessness of a teenager, but now, he had learned how to be quiet and not scream out his feelings like a wild beast. Yet the price for him to learn how to be quiet was too great. It made his heart hurt. Su Ming knew that from this day onwards, his innocence was destroyed and had left his body. From this day onwards, his happiness had melted and disappeared into his body. From this day onwards, his tears were replaced by silence. Time passed by. Very soon, daylight arrived. The tribe had walked for an entire night, but they did not stop even though they were tired. All of them gritted their teeth and supported each other as they moved so quickly it was close to a running speed. Daylight gradually passed by as they continued moving. During the journey, some of them fell down, unable to bear the fatigue. After resting for an hour, they would continue moving. The people of Dark Mountain Tribe continued walking quickly in their silence, even when the second midnight fell upon them and moonlight once again shone on the snow in the forest. Su Ming. A frightened and fragile voice traveled to Su Ming's ears. He turned his head and saw the little girl beside him who was being carried by another tribe member. When he saw her clean and innocent eyes, Su Ming forced out a smile. Yet that smile looked really creepy when it was matched with the blood on his face. Nonetheless, the girl did not feel afraid. She widened her eyes instead and looked at Su Ming. After a moment of hesitation, she lifted her slightly dirtied hands and wiped away some of the dried blood on Su Ming's face. When he felt the little girl's delicate hands touching his face, warmth appeared through Su Ming's painfully bleeding heart. Su Ming, don't be afraid. Tong Tong is not afraid either. The little girl retrieved her hands. Some blood flecks stained her hands. She looked at him, and in her bright eyes, there was a resolute look that was rarely seen in children. Su Ming patted the little girl's head. He did not look at her, but chose to look ahead. The road ahead was hidden by the forest, and he could not see where their future lay. Lei Chen stood on the other side of the crowd. He still had his fists clenched tightly. The blood on his back had dried up, and he ignored the pain in his body. There was bloodlust in his eyes, but there was also sadness. He would never forget the battle that had happened the previous night. If it were not for a heavily wounded adult berserker self-destructing to save him, then his corpse would now be left behind in that battlefield. Before him was Wula. The girl's face was pale, and she looked exhausted. There was dried blood on her left arm, and she seemed unable to lift it up. There was a large bloodied part on her face, causing her originally pretty face to be gone. Yet there was no sign of surrender in her eyes. She still had the stubborn persistence that was within all the other members of Dark Mountain Tribe. Behind them were Bei Ling and Chen Xin. They held hands as if they never wanted to be separated. They continued protecting the crowd as they walked. The elder continued his vigil at the back. His white hair and face full of wrinkles made Su Ming's heart clench even tighter from pain when he saw them, because he could feel the elder's fatigue. The moon was not in a crescent shape during the second night. It was slowly leaning towards becoming a full moon. Nonetheless, it was clear that it was not yet the night of the full moon. Perhaps it would be tomorrow, or perhaps the day after tomorrow. As the tribe continued migrating, sometimes, some berserkers of theirs would rush back towards them. Their numbers were few and consisted of a team of 4 people. These 4 people were the tribe's scouts. They risked their lives to report any and all changes back to the tribe after a certain amount of time. If they did not return, then it meant something had happened. Very soon, 2 hours passed by. The sky was dark and it was as if there was a pair of terrifying eyes in the sky staring at the ground and at the people of Dark Mountain Tribe as they traveled quickly. At that moment, only 3 of the 4 people returned when another scouting session ended. The one scouting the back disappeared without a trace. All the hairs on Su Ming's body rose. A sharp look appeared in his eyes as he stopped and turned around. There were also others who noticed that something bad was about to happen. A glint appeared in the elder's eyes, and he gripped the bone cane in his hands. Suddenly, a faint booming sound came from the distance. When that sound traveled into their ears, Su Ming's grief became even stronger. He knew that sound. It was a berserker triggering his own blood veins to explode. He knew that their enemies from Black Mountain Tribe had arrived once again. Don't stop. Increase your speed. All berserkers protect the tribe. We will fight as we retreat. The elder slammed the bone cane in his hands on the ground. He lifted his left hand and swung it over the tribe. Immediately, the space above the tribe twisted and Dark Mountain Tribe's statue of the god of berserkers appeared once again. It floated above the tribe and gave off a protective light. It moved with the tribe as they traveled. With it around, as long as it was not broken, then the light would ensure the tribe's safety. The moment Dark Mountain Tribe's statue appeared, the elder lifted his head abruptly. A grave look that had never once showed during that entire battle appeared on his face. The darkness came to his eyes as he stared at the dark sky above him. The darkened sky suddenly changed. A red light appeared out of nowhere and fused together with the darkness, turning it into a shade of purple. The red light continued expanding like fresh blood, and within the blink of an eye, it covered half the sky. A hoarse and sullen voice came from the sky, and the sound traveled all around them. Mo sang. As the voice echoed in the air, a strong pressure suddenly descended upon them. All the people from Dark Mountain Tribe instantly felt the pressure on their bodies the moment it appeared. Even Dark Mountain Tribe's statue shook because of it. Su Ming's heart raced in his chest. He had felt this incredible pressure before from the elder of Windstream Tribe, Jing Nan. This pressure belonged to a berserker who had awakened. This was the natural might executed from the berserkers in the awakened realm towards those still in the blood solidification realm. Under this pressure, the chi within the berserkers still in the blood solidification realm began to circulate on their own. As the pressure appeared, and the red light continued spreading across the sky, and as the moon in the sky started turning blood red because of it, an indescribable feeling rose within Su Ming. One that no one else but him felt and experienced at that moment. It was the sort of feeling similar to the one when he saw the blood-red moon as he performed the burning of blood. In fact, it even gave him a sense of familiarity. It was as if there was a gigantic wings of the moon hidden in the sky at that moment. This sort of misconception that threw him into disbelief made Su Ming's heart lurch. Very soon, he saw a person walking slowly out of the red light from the sky. That person wore a black robe. He was thin, and his skin looked dry. His face was very dark and sullen. He walked forth one step at a time with his hands behind his back until he stood in the sky and looked down at the land beneath him. At the center of his brows was a picture of wings of the moon. The picture looked vivid, almost as if it was real. It let out an enchanting red light that made it seem almost alive. Bai Tu, the elder of Black Mountain Tribe, Bai Tu. Mo sang, "Stop waiting for Jing Nan and Wen Yan. They are in enough trouble as it is, and will definitely not have time to bother about your tribe." Bai Tu let out a dark laugh and looked at the elder standing behind the crowd. The elder was silent. He was indeed waiting for Jing Nan, but when Jing Nan did not appear on their journey towards Windstream Tribe, he knew that something had happened in Windstream Tribe. Nan Song, you were only slightly beneath Mo Sang in the past. You were as bright as the sun, yet once you ran to Dark Mountain Tribe, you became a worthless piece of garbage. All these years, I've been thinking about the expression on your father's face when he begged me to spare you before he died. It's a pity, I never intended to let you live, but you still managed to escape. Nan Song, the previous berserker's son of Black Mountain Tribe, we meet again. Bai Tu's lips curled up slightly, but very soon that smile spread wider and wider until he began laughing maniacally. Standing outside the crowd, the white-haired Nan Song looked at Bai Tu standing in the air. He was not at all angered by Bai Tu's words because he had already learned to let go of everything. He let out a faint sigh. Compared to you, who poisoned the previous elder of Black Mountain Tribe, went after the life of the previous elder's berserker's son, then sacrificed half of Black Mountain Tribe in exchange for a fallen berserker art, I can't compare. Nan Song remained calm, but the wrinkles on his face seemed to have increased by a large amount in that instant. We should settle the grudge we harbored all those years ago. Mo sang, Nan Song, I'll give you both a chance. I'll let you both fight against me. Bai Tu laughed loudly, then swung his right hand. Thunderous roars shook heaven and earth immediately. Behind Bai Tu's back, the never-ending red light in the sky turned into extremely thick blood fog in an instant. The fog tumbled like waves, then turned into a gigantic wings of the moon. The wings of the moon spread its wings, covering the sky and the moon. Nan Song, leave Bai Tu to me, I'll hold him back, I leave the tribe to you. The elder took in a deep breath and swept his gaze across his tribe. He looked at their silent faces as if he wanted to find the traitor among them, but only let out a sigh in the end. All his people were exhausted and covered in fresh blood. How could he suspect his people who fought for the tribe? He saw the grief on the head of the guard's face and the deep gash on Shan Hen's neck. Perhaps there isn't a traitor at all. Before the elder averted his gaze, he looked at Su Ming deeply, then abruptly leapt into the air. A giant dark python materialized and dashed into the sky like a shooting star with him. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the sky. As the elder approached him, Bai Tu laughed loudly. The sky was covered by red fog, and it enveloped both of them within it. The people in the tribe could not see what was inside, but the sounds of thunder shook the sky and earth nonetheless. Chapter 93, The Blood Moon. Su Ming's heart raced. He saw the elder leaving and also how the elder had looked at him before he left. There was an emotion within the elder's eyes that made him afraid. Wings of the moon, the fire berserker art. Su Ming looked at the wings of the moon in the sky which was created from the red fog. He might be afraid, but a vague thought appeared in his head. Yet the thought was a little scattered, and he did not manage to make any sense of it. Still, he had a feeling that once he cleared his thoughts, then whatever that idea was, it would turn out to be extremely useful. As thunderous rumbles echoed in the sky, a strange cry appeared from their back, the darker parts of the forest. Dozens of people ran towards them. These people were the third wave of pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe. The head was the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, and behind him, Su Ming saw the sullen Bai Su. The moment the pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe arrived, Su Ming ran to the back without hesitation. With him were Bei Ling, Lei Chen, the head of the guards, and some other berserkers. The other berserkers from Dark Mountain, besides the tribe leader and another 3 people, too charged forward. They will protect their tribe, and they will fight as they retreat with the tribe. The tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe averted his gaze from the end of the crowd as tears filled his eyes. He led his people and continued onward under the protection of the light from the statue. The tribe ran, supporting each other so that no one would be left behind. Wula also stayed back to protect others beside the tribe leader. Her powers were not great, and she was forced to stay with the crowd. The last person who stayed with the migrating crowd was Shan Hen. He did not choose to fight, but quietly stood outside the column and lifted a few children who could no longer run due to exhaustion as he ran with the tribe. Su Ming did not turn back to look. Instead, he silently dashed towards the dozens of Black Mountain berserkers with killing intent boiling within him and started fighting against them. He held a long spear in his hands. That spear was entirely red, and it continued to be dyed in fresh blood as it stayed by Su Ming's side fighting with him against the pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe amidst the huge clashing sounds in the air. The strongest pursuer from Black Mountain Tribe was their tribe leader. The one who fought against him was Nan Song. At that moment, a strong presence of chi exploded from his old and frail body, as well as a shocking amount of killing intent. Su Ming's chi rumbled in his body. All 243 veins turned into one under fine control. With astonishing speed, he threw his spear with the intent to kill towards one of the people from Black Mountain Tribe. Once his body burst apart, Su Ming closed in on his corpse like a blurred-out image. He grabbed the spear and turned around abruptly, clashing his spear with the bone knife slashing towards his back. The clash made his body tremble, and his right hand numbed for a moment as he took a step backwards. The man whose attack was blocked by his spear staggered back 3 steps, blood trickling down from the corner of his lips. Before the man could stabilize himself, Su Ming dashed forward and closed in on him without a care for the injuries he had sustained himself. He threw his left fist forward. The man from Black Mountain Tribe did not manage to dodge. He could only bring his bone knife upward and block the attack with the blade facing Su Ming. Yet Su Ming did not stop. He threw his left fist straight at the bone knife. Blood from his fist scattered in the air, but there was a crashing sound, and the knife shattered into thousands of fragments that flew back towards the man, because it could not handle Su Ming's strength. An aghast expression appeared on the man's face, and he coughed out blood as he quickly retreated. However, Su Ming was even faster. He closed in on the man, and just as he was about to kill the man under that intent for murder stemming from intense hate, he felt a strong sense of danger. His expression did not change, but right away he took half a step to the side. Pain erupted in his chest, as if a strong force had just landed on his back and turned into sharp needles piercing through him. Blood spilled out from the right side of his chest as a sharp arrow penetrated his body, seemingly about to pierce through him. Under that power, Su Ming's body was also forcefully pushed to the side. Yet the moment the arrow penetrated his body, Su Ming's left hand caught the arrow coming from the right side of his chest. With a jolt from his left hand, he neutralized the power of the arrow and forced it to remain in his body. Su Ming knew that the most grievous arrow injuries happened when the arrow went through the body completely. With that sort of destructive force, once the wound was penetrated through, a large amount of blood would be lost. Yet if the arrow remained in the body, then it could serve to block the wound, decreasing blood loss. He could then continue fighting. He turned his back abruptly and saw the head of the guards from Black Mountain Tribe standing in the distance, the very same person who had fled when he failed to kill the tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe in the previous battlefield. When he was about to draw his bow again, the head of the guards of Dark Mountain Tribe growled and closed in on him, drawing his own bow. Right then and there, in the forest, those 2 people who were skilled with the bow engaged in a battle to the death. Su Ming averted his gaze. The moon may have been covered by the red fog at that moment, but there were still shreds of moonlight penetrating through it. No one noticed as these rays of light fused into Su Ming's body. It was night, and night belonged to Su Ming. Still, it was a pity that the moon was covered by the red fog. He swung his left hand before him, and an invisible ray of moonlight rushed towards the man who had originally escaped death. He lurched forward, and in his muddled state, a red line appeared on his neck, and his head fell. Before it even landed on the ground, Su Ming kicked the head upwards, and as it bled, it sped towards the person fighting against Lei Chen not too far away. Lei Chen was caught in a dangerous situation. His powers were not great enough, and he was also injured. At that moment, he was fighting with the last vestiges of his strength. The person fighting against him was an ugly-looking man in the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. The man gave a vicious laugh and punched Lei Chen's chest, causing blood to spill out of his mouth. He was about to tear off Lei Chen's head excitedly when there was a whistling sound, and the head, which Su Ming had infused with his qi as he kicked it, rushed towards him quickly. The man was caught off guard. The head landed on his body and abruptly exploded, causing the man to stagger back as he coughed out blood. Lei Chen lifted his head and pounced on him. The man was thrown down and his qi was thrown into disarray. He knew that his life hung on a line, and in his panic, he bit his tongue, shooting out a blood arrow towards Lei Chen. Yet Lei Chen knew that he could not dodge the attack. Once he missed this chance, and his opponent had the time to circulate his qi back to normal, he would definitely die. He let the blood arrow close in on him and raised his left hand to block it. Sharp pain immediately traveled down his entire left arm, and some of the blood that splashed out landed in his right eye, turning into unimaginable pain. The vision in his right eye immediately became blurry, and black blood flowed out, but he managed to close in on the man. As the man screamed for help in terror, Lei Chen's right fist landed on his head again and again until his body blew apart. Lei Chen laughed brokenly. All he could see from his right eye now was darkness, but there was no regret in him. Even as he let out a sad laugh, he was still persistent. At that moment, he saw two berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe out of the corner of his left eye. He gave a vicious laugh, and a voice shouted in his heart, "Come closer. Closer. I'll use my flesh and blood and let all of you people not be lonely in hell." Just as Lei Chen was about to make his blood veins explode, a person suddenly appeared before him in a flash. It was Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes were completely red. He wanted to save Lei Chen. His speed tore at his wound, and as blood flowed out, Su Ming waved his right hand before him. Immediately, strings of moonlight sped towards the person by Lei Chen's side who was just about to cut down Lei Chen's head. The moment the man lifted his knife, he immediately saw the madness in Lei Chen's left eye and was terrified. Just as he was about to retreat, he felt sharp pain in his entire body, and his gaze turned dark. He was torn into pieces. During the moment of the man's death, Su Ming arrived. He did not care about the other person who was also taken aback by the madness in Lei Chen's eyes, but kicked the expanding blood veins on Lei Chen's body, which were on the verge of exploding. Su Ming's level of cultivation was greater than Lei Chen's. The moment he kicked Lei Chen, the qi in Lei Chen's body scattered due to the shock, causing his act of self-destruction to be halted. While Lei Chen was still stunned by his actions, Su Ming did not hesitate and carried him tied to his back using moonlight as ropes. "Su, don't talk. If you want to die, we're dying together." Su Ming turned around and resumed his slaughter once again. Tears fell from Lei Chen's eyes. He looked at Su Ming's face from the side, but did not speak even after a long while. An oddly shaped horn was given to him by Su Ming himself. Once he held it tightly, he started fighting with Su Ming. Compared to battles on Su Ming's side, Nan Song's fight against the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe was even more shocking. Nan Song was fighting alone against not just the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, but against 5 other people, including Bai Su, all while showing no signs of being outmatched. However, the most gruesome fight was the battle between the heads of the guards of Black Mountain Tribe and Dark Mountain Tribe. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air were quick and devastating. By the end, these two people shot all their arrows at once. Bei Ling's father's killing intent spilled forth. He must kill the head of the guards from Black Mountain Tribe. If this person remained alive, he would pose a great threat to the tribe. At the end of the battle, the legs of the head of the guards from Dark Mountain Tribe were crushed. That was the price paid for an arrow piercing through the chest of the head of the guards from Black Mountain Tribe. The moment his enemy died, the head of the guards of Dark Mountain Tribe smiled. This battle to stall for time only went on for a few moments, yet there were still people who died. There were only 6 remaining berserkers out of the 9 who had rushed out from Dark Mountain Tribe. These 6 people continued fighting as they retreated with Nan Song leading them. Bei Ling was heavily injured. When he saw that his father had lost both his legs, he too, carried his father on his back and staggered to keep up with the team. Nonetheless, Bai Ling himself was also running dry. There were also numerous corpses lying on the ground belonging to Black Mountain Tribe. There were only 9 people left among them. The tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe also sustained injuries. Blood trickled down his mouth as he looked at Nan Song. He did not expect Nan Song to be so powerful. However, they had to kill all these people as quickly as possible. Under his leadership, they continued pursuing those from Dark Mountain Tribe. Among the hunters, Bai Su's eyes flashed. He had already taken notice of Su Ming and was surprised by his power. He was familiar with Dark Mountain Tribe and knew that there was no such person among the younger generation of the tribe. He looked at Su Ming as he retreated with Lei Chen on his back. As he looked into Su Ming's eyes, a familiar feeling surged forth in his heart. The persistence in Su Ming's eyes reminded him of the mysterious person that Black Mountain Tribe could not find no matter how hard they tried. Mo Su, you're Mo Su. Bai Su narrowed his eyes, and he shouted as he pointed at Su Ming. While his words did not incite much reaction from the other pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe, the instant the words left Bai Su's mouth, the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe, who had sustained injuries as he fought against Nan Song, turned abruptly his head towards Su Ming. A brilliant flash appeared in his eyes. Whoever kills him will get 10 women from Dark Mountain Tribe. The tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe shouted out suddenly, and the moment he did so, all the pursuers focused their gazes on Su Ming. The battle in the sky was still ongoing. As thunderous roars shook the sky and earth, and the red fog rolled in the sky like waves, a large part of the moon in the sky revealed itself. At that moment, the moon was at its brightest. The moment it appeared, a large amount of moonlight spilled onto the ground and descended on Su Ming, causing his body to recover rapidly. The moonlight surrounded his body, and at that very instant, the shadow of the blood moon appeared in his eyes. It was not a vague shadow, but was incredibly clear as it covered his entire pupil. At the same time, all 5 summits of Dark Mountain trembled. Within the summits, countless wings of the moon cried out in excitement as if preparing to madly dash out. The moon might not have been full that night, but it was close to being so. The moment moonlight shone on the ground, an indescribable presence erupted forth from Su Ming's body. The first to sense that presence was Lei Chen. He was quickly followed by all the retreating Dark Mountain Tribe members, all of whom could clearly feel it. All the people from Black Mountain Tribe looking at Su Ming felt their hearts lurching forth. They saw the blood moon in Su Ming's eyes. What is that? What is that in his eyes? The moon, it's the blood moon. The blood moon is in his eyes. Chapter 94, The Fourth Arrow. The terrifying image of the blood moon appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The moon looked enchanting, causing all of those who saw it to feel their hearts tremble. At that moment, Bai Tu, who was fighting against the elder in the sky, suddenly felt agitated for a reason that he could not understand. That agitation suddenly appeared, but it was not the first time it had occurred. He remembered distinctly that he had also felt this sort of agitation and restlessness several months ago. It was as if he could no longer control his qi, and it wanted to leave his body so as to worship something. Mo Sang, who was fighting against Bai Tu, was originally exhausted, but a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. He noticed the change in Bai Tu's qi and quickly took a step forward. The dark python by his side roared, using the chance to show off the might of its berserker art. The huge wave of blood fog tumbled violently in the sky, imitating the motion of Bai Tu moving backwards. That scene made all the people on the ground, who were already taken aback by the blood moon in Su Ming's eyes to begin with, become even more shocked by the strongest battle in the sky. Retreat. A brilliant light flashed through Nan Song's eyes. He swung his arm and led the berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe by his side in a quick retreat. As they fled, the 9 people from Black Mountain Tribe quelled the shock they felt and no longer looked at the sky as they rapidly gave chase. Once they were thousands of feet away, Nan Song bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a gigantic arm, and it swung against the 9 people from Black Mountain Tribe chasing after them. Thunderous sounds echoed in the air, and the earth trembled. The giant arm of blood shoved their pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe 500 feet backwards. I can feel it. There are still some berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe coming towards us. I'll cast a berserker art. Protect me and stall for time." As Nan Song spoke, he sat down on the ground cross-legged and closed his eyes. His chi disappeared at that instant, but the blood veins on his body began to twist strangely as if about to form a picture. Bei Ling carried his father. He no longer had any strength to continue fighting. Even running was difficult for him. As for the head of the guards, he was forcing himself to stay awake, but judging by his looks, he would not be able to stay conscious for much longer due to the loss of his legs. Lei Chen struggled down from Su Ming's back. Compared to Bei Ling and the others, while he might also be running dry, he could still fight, and he stood beside Nan Song to guard him. At that moment, besides Su Ming, there was another man who was in his 30s who could still fight. His face was pale, and his left arm a bloody stump, but he held tightly onto a long spear with his right hand. He cast a glance at Su Ming, then with him, stood at the forefront. Su Ming. From behind Su Ming came the weak voice belonging to the head of the guards. "I give you this bow." When Su Ming turned around and looked, the head of the guards was staring at him. He motioned for Bei Ling to take down the bow and threw the 3 remaining arrows towards Su Ming. "From now on, you are the head of the guards of Dark Mountain Tribe. I've seen your skills with the bow before, you're very good." The head of the guards gave a weak smile and closed his eyes slowly. He did not die, but simply could not stay conscious anymore and fainted. Su Ming took the bow and arrows. The bow was very heavy, and there was a malicious air coming from it. There was also a lot of blood staining it. Once she held it in his hands, he silently shifted the quiver behind his back. He gave a nod to Bei Ling and turned towards the people from Black Mountain Tribe, who were blocked by the giant hand made from Nan Song's blood. Time passed by quickly. As they breathed, a horrific presence slowly built up within Nan Song. They could all tell that once he finished preparing and eventually cast the berserker art, the effects would be shocking. Yet at that moment, cracks appeared on that gigantic hand of blood. The 9 people from Black Mountain rushed out with savage looks on their faces, charging towards Su Ming and the tribe member standing beside him. A murderous look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted the bow with his left hand, and with his right brought out an arrow from his back before drawing the bowstring. The bow echoed and the bowstring curled into the shape of a full moon. An indescribable presence erupted forth from Su Ming, and all his blood veins manifested on his body with a roar, all his power being focused on the arrow. He let go, and a sharp cry shook the air as the arrow flew. With an air of madness that spoke of certain death, the arrow sliced through the air with a piercing cry and charged forward, closing in on one of the 9 people from the Black Mountain Tribe in an instant. Su Ming knew that he could not waste even a single arrow. That was why he did not shoot the arrow towards the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, neither did he shoot it at Bai Su. Instead, he shot the arrow towards the only person from Black Mountain Tribe who was at the 5th level of the blood solidification realm. The arrow flew out and abruptly turned into a dark ray of light, piercing the target's chest in the blink of an eye. His chest immediately burst apart. The man staggered back several steps with the arrow protruding from his chest, and then fell. That same moment, Su Ming brought out the second arrow and drew the bow. The remaining 8 people from Black Mountain Tribe were already only 300 feet away from him. They would be able to close in on Su Ming before he could even fire the arrow. Yet at that moment, the young adult standing by his side laughed loudly and charged forward. As he got closer to the men from Black Mountain Tribe, without any hesitation, he made all his blood veins swell, and his body began letting off a blinding red light. He was going to self-destruct. He would make his body explode to hold back those from Black Mountain Tribe so that Su Ming could have as much time as he needed to draw his bow. Su Ming was silent. He would use his actions to show his grief and anger at his tribe member's sacrifice. When the second arrow shot out, he heard a bang, and knew that his tribe member had died. It was not as if the man in his 30s did not value his life. Yet if he compared his life with those of the people in the tribe, then he would choose his tribe's safety over his own. As he self-destructed and the blasting sounds echoed through the air, the 8 people from Black Mountain were held back for the span of 3 breaths. During those 3 breaths, Su Ming had already fired the second arrow and once again shot through the heart of another person from Black Mountain Tribe. That person coughed out blood as his breath stilled, and he died. At the same moment the second person died, Su Ming fired the third arrow as the explosions caused by his tribe member became weaker. He did not look at who he shot when the arrow left the bow. Instead, he slung the bow across his back and charged forward without hesitation. A red light flashed on his right hand, and blood scales materialized in his hand. Su Ming remained silent and did not roar. He dashed forward, instead, without hesitation. Behind him was Nan Song, who was preparing a powerful berserker art, Lei Chen, who did not have much strength left to fight, Bai Ling, who was heavily wounded, and the head of the guards, who was unconscious. The only person who could fight now was him. He could not turn away. He could only move forward. His vision was becoming blurry. The arrow that had penetrated his chest was still there. He could pull it out. But once he did, his injuries would worsen. Besides, the internal injuries he sustained from before by forcefully raising his level of cultivation had begun to show its effects. He charged forward towards his destination. Including the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, there were 6 people left before him. These 6 people all had various injuries on them, but they were still madly closing in on him. Lei Chen clenched his fists but held back because he knew that he was the last line of defense. Even if he died, he had to die there. He took a few steps forward and stood before Nan Song. As he looked at Su Ming fighting, tears fell from his eyes. Su Ming, you said before that I can't die. If I wanted to die, we'll die together. I'll keep to that promise. There were no loud booming sounds, as if Su Ming had become mute. Yet every single time he made a move, the ruthlessness of his actions far surpassed the viciousness that someone his age should possess. He held the long spear and fought against the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. The tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe was a powerful berserker at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. It could even be said that he was slightly stronger than Yi Wang. He may be injured, but he was still someone whom Su Ming could not hope to oppose. The moment they engaged each other in battle, blood flowed out of the corners of Su Ming's mouth. He suffered a direct punch from the tribe leader on his person, but his body twisted oddly, and he swept the long spear in his hands sideways. His target was the savage-looking person by his side. That person was a berserker at the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. He was originally grinning viciously by the tribe leader's side. He could already imagine Su Ming's body blowing apart at the next moment, but he was not meant to see that sight. Blood scales closed in on him with a whistle. As that person stood there, stunned, it went straight through his right eye. With a bang, he was impaled to the ground. Blood spilled out of Su Ming's body. He tumbled backwards and fell to the ground. Just as the remaining 5 people from Black Mountain Tribe were about to leap over the body of their dead comrade and charge towards him, Su Ming struggled up silently. He smiled brokenly and spread his arms wide open. Moonlight descended on him from the sky and turned into fine threads that surrounded his body. He flung it outwards, and those threads rushed towards the 5 people. A murderous look appeared in the tribe leader's eyes. He pushed Bai Su aside with his right hand, causing Bai Su to use that momentum to charge forward and rush towards Lei Chen with the intent to kill. The tribe leader himself growled. As blood-red light erupted from his body, the shape of a bloody bear about 100 feet tall appeared behind him. That was the transfiguration of his mark of calamity, which had yet to solidify. The moment it appeared, it let off a loud roar that shook the skies, and its body blocked the thread of moonlight that Su Ming flung out. Nonetheless, the tribe leader underestimated Su Ming's unique skill. It was an especially glaring mistake during the moon of that day. It might not be full, but it was already close. The instant the might of the moon touched the blood bear, it tore through its body, causing the bear to let out a sharp cry. Yet it only made a bright flash appear in the tribe leader's eyes. The blood bear exploded. The force created by the explosion not only caused the thread of moonlight to crumble, it also lashed through its surroundings and crashed into Su Ming, causing his body to be thrown into midair as he coughed out blood. Su Ming was beginning to fall unconscious while midair. He saw dozens of new berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe charging through the forest towards them. He saw Lei Chen standing before Nan Song, roaring as he dashed out towards his opponent, the cruel Bai Su. Is this the end? But I can still fight. I still have one more arrow. It was as if everything slowed down. He could no longer hear anything, but his eyes were trained onto Bai Su, who was closing in on Lei Chen. As he surrounded himself in moonlight, Su Ming grabbed the bow with his left hand and the arrow on his chest with his right hand. He pulled it out viciously, and his pain turned into killing intent. As blood poured out from his body, he notched the bloody arrow on the bow and aimed it at Bai Su. Then with a vicious might, he fired the arrow. Chapter 95. Who Killed My Su-er? The arrow was stained with Su Ming's blood. As it sliced through the air, moonlight wrapped around the arrow. From a distance, it did not look like an arrow, but the blood of the moon. Bai Su had just arrived before Lei Chen. His gloomy and ferocious grin was still on his face, but at that very moment, he froze. He could sense danger coming towards him, one that terrified him. That feeling of danger came too suddenly, and he did not even have time to think about it. Within an instant, the arrow arrived. However, a large amount of blood-red mist suddenly appeared on Bai Su's body. The mist immediately turned into the shape of wings of the moon and surrounded Bai Su within it. That mist formed in the shape of the wings of the moon could block all attacks that were below the awakening realm. Bai Su knew this. Bai Tu was the one who had told him that. Yet the moment the arrow touched the mist formed in the shape of the wings of the moon, the mist let out a piercing screech as if it was afraid of the blood on the arrow and melted, causing the arrow to slice through it with a whistling sound and pierce through Bai Su. Bai Su felt a sharp pain in his chest and blood spilled out. The arrow penetrated through his body and landed by Lei Chen's feet. Bai Su trembled and fell to the ground. He widened his eyes and breathed rapidly like a fish out of water as he pressed both of his hands on the wound in his chest as if trying to stop the life flowing out of his body with the blood, but that arrow was not only filled with Su Ming's anger and sadness but also all his power. It was not an injury Bai Su could block out. "I am possible," the elder said, "I won't." There was an indescribable terror on Bai Su's face. He could not believe this. He could not believe that he was going to die. His body was becoming cold, and despair appeared in his eyes. He did not want to die. He was afraid of death. He was still young, not even 20 years of age. He was the prodigy of Black Mountain tribe. He should not die like this. He wanted to become the strongest berserker that far surpassed those in Wind Stream. He wanted to claim Bai Ling as his woman, and make that beautiful face of hers cry under him. He had too many things he wanted to do. Never had he thought that he would die here, so suddenly and so out of his expectations. He did not even have time to prepare for it. He opened his eyes and fell to the ground. Above him, he saw the blood-red sky, the blood moon, and Bai Tu's figure within the blood-red fog. That was the last scene he saw during the short span of his life. Bai Su died. The moment he died, the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe was stunned. Disbelief and fear appeared on his face. He was not afraid of Dark Mountain, but of the elder of Black Mountain. He knew that Bai Tu was an aloof and cruel man. His moods were unpredictable, and he did not see the people within the tribe as equals, but as slaves. The only person he ever cared for was Bai Su. Bai Tu had practically poured everything to help and guide Bai Su. Now that Bai Su died, the tribe leader's face immediately turned deathly pale. He was not the only one who was stunned. The other two people beside him were also taken aback. Their faces were immediately filled with so much terror and panic that they forgot to attack. Su Ming crashed to the ground, and more blood spilled out from his wound. Yet the pain he felt could not be seen on his face. He was smiling instead, and that smile blossomed for a certain girl. Killing Bai Su had always been Su Ming's goal. Killing him was not only to prevent him from getting near Lei Chen and Nan Song, but also because of the greed and lust in his eyes when he saw Bai Ling on the field in Wind Stream tribe. From the patch of forest behind the tribe leader, another group of berserkers from Black Mountain tribe appeared with a whistling sound. They were only thousands of feet away from them. Yet at that moment, a roar filled with sadness and anger traveled out of the blood fog in the sky. It was Bai Tu's voice. Su-er. That voice sounded like thunderbolts that shook the earth. The snow on the ground exploded, causing the land to tremble continuously. As the voice appeared, a person madly charged out with a face filled with grief. In his eyes, he could only see Bai Su lying on the ground, unmoving. "Who killed my Su-er? Kill them, kill all of Dark Mountain tribe, all of them must die." Bai Tu charged out with a killing intent that could shake the sky. but before he could even get close, a cold huff echoed from within the fog. With blood trickling down his lips, Mo Sang raised his right hand, and the weather changed. The dark python by his side let out a roar and dashed out, blocking Bai Tu, causing him to be unable to go down. As Bai Tu roared, the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe broke out in cold sweat and trembled as he snapped out of his stupor. Terror overcame his heart. He knew that he had to make amends, or else he would not be able to bear the elder's fury. He no longer cared about Nan Song, but immediately turned around and trained his eyes on Su Ming lying not too far away. He quickly charged towards him. He had to kill Su Ming to redeem himself before Bai Tu and protect his own life. The other two people by his side had the same reaction and rushed towards Su Ming. Su Ming was still smiling. He looked at the three people closing in on him and knew that he had succeeded. Now, the only thing left to do was to trigger his blood veins to explode and gain a few more moments for Nan Song. Yet at that moment, Nan Song suddenly opened his eyes. His body trembled and a crack appeared at the center of his brows. A green light in the shape of a person charged out of it. Once it did so, Nan Song's face immediately paled as if he had lost his life. The light was blurry. The moment it appeared, it charged forward and appeared before Su Ming in the blink of an eye and swung its arm towards the three men from Black Mountain Tribe. A thunderous roar instantly resounded, and the tribe leader coughed out blood as he tumbled backwards. As for the other people, their bodies crumbled and they died an instant death. The moment the tribe leader gained his footing, the other dozens of berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe arrived. They were led by two men in black robes with dull eyes. "You're finally here," Nan Song's voice appeared from the beam of light. It floated before Su Ming, and as it spoke, it slammed both of its hands on the ground. The moment it did so, the ground tumbled like waves in the sea. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and two large hands made of dirt shot out of the ground before they clasped together with all their enemies, including the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe, trapped within. Pained muffled cries came from within. The light turned around and raised its right hand as it looked at Su Ming before it turned into glimmers of green light that fused into his body, causing Su Ming's originally fuzzy mind to immediately become clear. A warm feeling also appeared amidst the incredible pain in his body, a sign that he was rapidly recovering. The light quickly dimmed and floated back towards Nan Song before it crawled back into his body through the crack. Once the crack healed, Nan Song opened his eyes. There was fatigue in his gaze, and his face was deathly pale. These people are not important. The battle between the elders is the key towards the survival of the tribe. Bai Tu has yet to cast the fallen berserker art. It's incredibly strong. We must hurry, he's about to cast it. Nan Song stood up and let out a low shout, then brought Lei Chen and the others to retreat quickly. Su Ming had already recovered by a large margin by then. He knew that he was saved by Nan Song, but before he could thank him, he felt a presence of death falling from the sky. The snow on the ground immediately turned black, and all the plants within the forest around them withered away. Su Ming's expression changed. He instantly increased his speed and kept up with Nan Song and the others, supporting Lei Chen and Bai Ling as they ran together towards the rest of their tribe. The patch of forest behind them instantly withered away. Black whiffs of air crawled out of those trees and sped up to the sky. The black snow on the ground continued spreading in their direction at a rapid speed as if it was chasing after them. Time passed by quickly. Very soon, when the black snow behind Su Ming and the others no longer spread out, a powerful crack of thunder came from the sky, and the sky looked as if it trembled as abruptly a presence of death spread towards both heaven and earth. Su Ming was worried about the elder, but he could not turn back. He quickly ran forward with Nan Song as he supported Lei Chen and the others. When they finally caught up with their tribe that was hurrying forward and saw that none of them were injured, that they were just as they were when they left, all of them let out a sigh of relief. When the tribe saw Su Ming and the rest returning, they felt agitation boiling within them as sadness appeared on their faces. They grieved, because 9 berserkers had left them, but only 5 came back. The head of the guards lost both his legs and was unconscious. Bai Ling was heavily injured, and blood continued trickling down the corners of his lips. Lei Chen had lost his sight in his right eye and looked completely exhausted. Nan Song may have seemed as usual, but the deathly pale look on his face showed that he was near death's door. Su Ming was covered in blood. His chest was bloody and torn. If it were not for Nan Song curing him, he would have died. Once they returned, some common doctors from the tribe immediately took the unconscious head of the guards into the crowd and began treating him. Once Bai Ling escorted his father back to the tribe, he fell into Chen Shin's embrace, unable to stay conscious any longer. Someone is helping Black Mountain Tribe, we definitely have pursuers left. I sacrificed some of my life, but I could not kill all of them. I managed to trap them and buy us some time, though, we must hurry. Nan Song panted harshly and looked at the tribe leader, who was standing in front of the tribe. The tribe leader did not ask anything, there was only a resolute look on his face as he led the tribe at the fastest speed they could muster. Yet, before they managed to cover a larger distance, a roar that shook the skies resounded suddenly. A large amount of ripples appeared in the sky, and a large dark python fell from the sky. There were a lot of injuries on its body, and it crashed not too far from the tribe. It struggled, as if wanting to lift its head once again, and stirred up a large amount of snow from the ground. An old and wizened figure fell from the sky. Su Ming could see that person clearly. It was the elder. The elder coughed out blood as his body plummeted towards the ground. Behind him was a large red wings of the moon that ferociously chased after him. Behind that wings of the moon was Bai Tu. His face was pale, and blood colored the corners of his mouth. His face was twisted with fury and murderous intent as he closed in on the elder. No one could save him now. His death was imminent. Chapter 96. Awakening. Bai Tu's power and the wings of the moon that was formed through his berserker art brought terror among all those who saw him. After all those who lived around the region were incredibly familiar with the wings of the moon. Now that Bai Tu's killing intent was so strong that he defeated the elder with his powers from the awakening realm, who could hope to fight against him? The wings of the moon that was chasing after the elder was quickly closing in on him. It would catch up before the elder could fall into the light from the statue protecting the tribe. In that instant, all the tribe members from Dark Mountain Tribe became desperate, but they could do nothing. Not even their tribe leader could save the elder. Nan Song slammed his hand on his forehead, and the crack at the center of his brows appeared once again. The dim green figure sped forward as if it wanted to help the elder, but the distance between them was too large. No matter how quick the green figure was, the wings of the moon was too close. It was already less than 30 feet away from the elder. Su Ming's head was blank. His family, the person closest to him, was now facing death, but he could do nothing. He could only look at the wings of the moon getting closer to the elder and open its mouth. The moment it was about to swallow the elder, Su Ming, who had remained silent, let out a shrill cry. That mournful scream contained all of his strength. His wounds were torn apart once again, and blood flowed out, but he did not notice it. Within his eyes, there was only the sight of the wings of the moon going in to swallow the elder. It was as if he had lost control of his own body. He madly charged forward. His shrill cries echoed in the sky and fell into the elder's ears, similarly falling into the wings of the moon that was about to swallow him. The shadow of the blood-red moon in Su Ming's eyes seemed to burn with a similar feeling as when he was performing the burning of blood. It spread throughout his entire body once again, as if it wanted to burn all of him. As he cried out, Su Ming only had one thought in his mind, that wings of the moon must not injure the elder. That thought turned into a loud bang in Su Ming's head, causing his vision to turn blurry, and his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth to bleed. He felt as if he was flying and had just leapt off the ground, rushing towards the elder falling from the sky at an incredible speed, towards the wings of the moon that had its mouth open to swallow the elder, and right into it. A strange sight immediately came into existence. The large wings of the moon trembled and began struggling. It was only for a moment before it ceased moving, and a clear look appeared on its face. It looked at the elder, which was right before it, then abruptly changed its course with a flap of its wings and charged towards Bai Tu, who was situated behind it with a stunned expression on his face. The elder jolted. During that very instant that had happened just moments prior, he saw a familiar look in the eyes of the wings of the moon. Su Ming did not know why, but he knew that he had turned into that wings of the moon. He turned around and charged towards Bai Tu, crashing into him, who was stunned. Baitu did not know how he had lost control of the wings of the moon that was formed from his chi and his berserker art. The moment it drew close to him, a flash passed through his eyes, and he quickly retreated. He was about to dissolve the wings of the moon, when he discovered that his berserker art had no effect. The wings of the moon drew near and crumbled as it crashed into him, exploding into a large amount of blood that scattered all over the place. Baitu coughed out blood, and his body staggered backwards hundreds of feet before he regained his footing. A stunned look took over his face. The moment that wings of the moon exploded, Su Ming felt himself being expelled, and he fell rapidly before returning to his body. His body lurched forward, and he regained his mind. At that moment, the elder had returned safely to the tribe. Under the protection of the light of the statue of the god of berserkers, he sat down crossed-legged, brought out 7 needles made of bone with his right hand, and stabbed them into his body one by one. At the same moment, Baitu, who was still in the sky and looked like a wreck, wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth as he stared at the elder under the statue's protection. He might have been shocked by that strange sight, but he was in a state of mind where he no longer cared about the consequences. He had to kill Mo Sang and every single person from Dark Mountain tribe. He plummeted towards the ground, and in the blink of an eye, closed in on them. By then, the elder had only managed to pierce 3 bone needles into his body. Mo Sang, even if you sacrifice your life now, you're still not my opponent. The moment Baitu arrived, he brought his right hand up and was about to slam it down on the floating statue when the green figure that came from the center of Nan Song's brows closed in on him. Nan Song, you have learned the verdant berserk chains well, but you've not understood its true form. Baitu laughed madly and swung his arm. A green light crawled from his arm and turned into the silhouette of a person before it charged towards the green figure created by Nan Song. The moment they crashed into each other, Nan Song's green figure crumbled. Only one single thread tumbled back and returned to Nan Song's body, which caused him to wither away until he was only skin and bones. He coughed out black blood. A roar came from the tribe. The tribe leader of Dark Mountain tribe charged towards Baitu. He could not allow Baitu to destroy the statue of the god of berserkers nor interrupt the elder's sacrifice. At that moment, there were 5 bone needles in the elder's body. His body trembled and a strong presence erupted from his body. That presence immediately caused Baitu to be taken aback. Move. Baitu no longer cared about anything else. He rushed straight towards the statue of the god of berserkers. As for the tribe leader charging towards him, he only threw a punch at him which caused the tribe leader's body to jolt. He coughed out blood and tumbled backwards as his body began withering away like Nan Song's. Yet even though he fell back, the other people from Dark Mountain tribe did not retreat. One of the berserkers that had not joined Su Ming and the others to stall for time and stayed back to protect the tribe rushed forward without a care for the consequences and used his body to block Baitu's path. However, the moment Baitu swung his arm outward, that person immediately turned into bones and scattered into the air. Struggle appeared in Shan Hen's eyes. He wanted to rush out, but stopped himself and just clenched his fists. Su Ming too charged forward. Behind him was Lei Chen. There was a small distance between them. As they ran forward, Bei Ling, who was very close to Baitu because he had been brought into the crowd by Chen Xin when he fell unconscious and was receiving treatment from the common doctors, woke up at some point and pushed away Chen Xin, howling, and bounded forward. However, before he could even get close, Baitu pointed his right finger at him, and Bei Ling's right arm instantly turned into a puddle of blood. The damage continued spreading upwards, and Bei Ling screamed as he fell down once again onto the ground. At that moment, the 6th bone needle had sunk into the elder's trembling body. As he lifted the 7th needle, Su Ming and Lei Chen started madly charging forward when they saw that they were only hundreds of feet away. Yet Baitu had already arrived. His right hand slammed into the statue of the god of berserkers from Dark Mountain. The moment he struck, a brilliant light that reached to the sky erupted from the statue. Many cracks appeared on its surface, and it exploded abruptly, turning into countless shards that spread in all directions. The statue of the god of berserkers of Dark Mountain tribe, the symbol of Dark Mountain tribe, shattered before the entire Dark Mountain tribe, and as it shattered, Dark Mountain tribes will, too, shattered. The moment the statue of the god of berserkers exploded, Baitu rushed towards the elder, who was piercing the seventh bone needle into his clavicle. Suddenly, a girl whose face was torn and bloodied stood up from among the crowd. It was Wula. There was sadness and a look that said she did not want to leave these people behind in her eyes. She was the closest to the elder, and at that moment, she charged out. She stood before the elder with her life on the line with a resolute look in her eyes. Baitu let out a cold harumph and swung his hand in a wide arc as he got nearer. A strong force slammed into Wula's body, and as she coughed out blood, her body tumbled backwards in the air and fell where Su Ming was. The seventh needle had entered the elder's clavicle. If it were not for his tribe members sacrificing their lives to buy time for him, he would have never completed the sacrifice. The elder opened his eyes and let out a roar that shook the sky. That roar contained all of his fury towards the death of his tribe members and held a killing intent that seemed to pierce through the sky. He stormed out of the crowd and once again engaged Baitu in battle as they dashed towards the sky. Everything happened in an instant, and it happened so quickly that it was difficult for a person to imagine it. A stab of pain laced through Su Ming's right cheek. That pain came from a shard from the statue of the god of berserkers. A red line of blood appeared, spilling out from his wound, but Su Ming felt no pain. He saw Wula's body rapidly withering away. Before even touching the ground, she had already turned into skin and bones. Su Ming's mind was blank. He went forward and caught Wula as she fell. Her face was already ruined. Blood continued to spill out from her lips and her withered body. She looked at Su Ming holding her and smiled. "Are you Mo Su?" She struggled to lift up a hand to touch Su Ming's face, but there was no strength left within her to do so. There was sadness on her face as she whispered softly, "You're not him." She then mumbled something to herself, and the light in her eyes disappeared, they became blank. Her hand also fell to her side, swaying slowly until it finally stopped moving. At that moment, Baitu, who was fighting against the elder in the sky, let out a huge roar. "Su Ming, take our people and go." As Baitu roared, a powerful ray of light crashed into the ground from the sky. That ray of light looked like a gigantic blade of light. When it fell, it slashed into the ground before the tribe. The earth trembled, and rumbling sounds rose into the air. A huge ravine that was hundreds of feet in breadth opened up ahead of them. They could not see the end of the crack. It was as if the ravine itself separated the tribe and their pursuers from Black Mountain tribe. A screen of light shot up into the sky from within that crack. There were no tears in Su Ming's eyes, just stillness. A deathly stillness so great it was horrifying. Lei Chen, who was standing by his side, looked as if he wanted to say something, but the moment he saw Su Ming's eyes, he swallowed his words. Su Ming made him afraid. His eyes were blank, like the void. It was as if he was dead. Yet within that void, he could see the shadow of the moon shining brilliantly. Su Ming gently placed Wula's corpse down on the ground and picked up a shard of Dark Mountain's statue of the god of berserkers from the ground before carefully putting it away in his bosom. The scar on his face, which was created by the shard of the statue, looked ghastly. He did not wipe away the blood. He chose to cast his gaze on his tribe instead. "Move." Su Ming only said one word. He picked up Nan Song and the dying tribe leader, passed them to Lei Chen and the others before walking towards the front of the crowd. Bei Ling did not die after losing an arm. He struggled up and looked at Su Ming's back as he stood at the front. At that moment, he felt that a change had happened in Su Ming, one that made him feel as if Su Ming had turned into a stranger. That sort of change made Bei Ling fearful. It was as if some sort of presence had just been awakened within Su Ming. A presence that should not have been roused, and one that would not have appeared under normal circumstances, but it was here now. Su Ming's face was calm, and his eyes were cold. He had learned to shoulder his pain and sadness. His footsteps were steady as he led his people forward, just like what the tribe leader had done previously. Chapter 97. Windstream Plains. Su Ming held onto the long spear and walked before the crowd. Behind him were his people, who had lost the protection of the statue of the god of berserkers. There were no elderly folk in the crowd. They were only halfway through, but Su Ming's footsteps only became steadier. There was simply too much blood spilled by the people of Dark Mountain tribe, and too many spirits of their deceased berserkers in the forest. Right now, the only berserkers who could fight were Su Ming, Lei Chen, and Shan Hen. The tribe leader and Nan Song required the support from their people as they moved forward while continuing to receive treatment. They were anxious and wanted to recover as soon as possible. Bei Ling had lost any possibility to continue fighting. He had lost an arm, and a large amount of blood flowed out from his wounds. If it were not for Chen Xin, he would have already failed to keep up with the crowd. Shan Hen was also covered in blood. He walked silently behind the tribe. At times, he would look absent-minded, at other times, there would be a conflicted look on his face. Sometimes, an indescribable feeling would appear, and every single time it did, he would press his hand against his chest. As if there was a force that supported him to continue moving. Mo Sang and Bai Tu's battle continued in the sky, and thunderous sounds echoed continuously. Midnight came, then the sky turned bright, but the fight still continued. These two people would not stop until one of them was killed. The ravine on the ground, the screen of light that had reached the skies, and the berserker art that required Nan Song to sacrifice his life, all of them managed to buy a large amount of time for the tribe's migration. When daylight arrived, exhaustion overcame the people of Dark Mountain Tribe. They had traveled continuously for 2 days and nights in this cold weather. All of them looked as if they could no longer go on, but still, they gritted their teeth and moved at the fastest speed they could muster. The sky was bright, sun shone on the ground and the bodies of all the people of the tribe in the forest. They felt a slight hint of warmth within them, but the cold brought by the snow on the ground still chilled their bones. With our current speed, by tomorrow, we'll reach Windstream Tribe. Lei Chen said softly, traveling beside Su Ming. There's just one more day. He clenched his fists. Su Ming remained quiet for a moment before he spoke with a hoarse voice as he continued walking forward. It's not a whole day, but only half. Lei Chen let out a sigh of relief when Su Ming finally broke his silence. He had been extremely worried about his silence. We should be able to reach Windstream Tribe's territory by tonight. Once we leave the forest, it'll be much safer, Su Ming stated calmly. Let's hope today is a safe day. Lei Chen turned around and looked at his people. He sighed when he saw their exhausted looks before he brought his eye back to Su Ming walking in the front. His frail back gave off the feeling of a mountain. 2 hours passed by. A faint and weak voice came from within the crowd. That voice traveled forward with determination. Su Ming, leave me behind. The person who spoke was Lu Di, the warrior who had played the Xuan and who had previously sustained grave injuries. He was taken away by his people, and now, when he could no longer continue onward, he did not want to become a burden to his tribe. Lu Di struggled up and smiled at Su Ming, who had stopped moving to look at him. He walked towards a tree and sat against it. His actions tore the wounds on his body, and blood spilled out once again. All of you, go on. Lu Di took out the bone Xuan and placed it by his mouth, as if he was about to play a song, but he no longer had any strength to do so. He did not even have the strength to look at the sky to wait for his death. Su Ming fell silent. He too closed his eyes, but reopened them quickly. He did not speak, but cast a deep look at Lu Di before turning away and continuing to lead his people onward. As they carried on, a few more people from the tribe stayed back with smiles on their faces. They did not want to drag their tribe down. Bei Ling wanted to do the same, but when Chen Xin cried and struggled to carry him on her back, he found that he could not say those words. The head of the guards woke up on the way. He may have lost his legs, but he still had some strength left to fight. As a tribe member offered to carry him, he chose not to be left behind. Instead he prepared himself to trigger the explosion of a warrior at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm for their enemies who could catch up at any time. Su Ming remained silent. He did not stop any of his people from staying back, but his fists clenched tighter every time they volunteered to stay. He knew that the elder handed Dark Mountain Tribe to him so that he could lead them to safety. He had a duty to complete this task. Once evening arrived, Su Ming slightly relaxed from his wound-up state. They had finally left that seemingly endless forest and moved into the wide plains that belonged to Windstream Tribe. This place was much safer than the forest. After all, the plains were part of Windstream's territory. It would never allow berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe to barge in without permission. Once all the people from Dark Mountain Tribe entered the plains, the tribe leader and Nan Song recovered some of their strength. It was as if all the disasters looming over their heads had come to pass. Yet, at that very moment, a tremor shook the earth. The center of the tremor came from a great distance away, and it was so powerful that they could all feel it even though it came from so far away. The elder's seal is broken. Nan Song closed his eyes, then opened them after a moment before he spoke languidly. As the words were spoken, the people of Dark Mountain Tribe tensed up once again. With Black Mountain Tribe's current speed, they will need some time before they can catch up, but they will still definitely catch up to us before we reach Windstream Tribe. If we take the risk that Black Mountain Tribe will not dare to step into Windstream Plains, then we can ignore the danger hanging over our lives, Nan Song whispered. We can't take the risk. Su Ming stopped and looked at the forest cast in darkness behind him. He turned around and looked at the tribe leader, who had recovered some vestiges of his power. He stared at him whose body was now dried up and wrinkled and whose face looked gaunt and almost bloodless. Tribe leader, there were a lot of people who stayed back as we came here, and I stopped no one. That was their choice. Now, it is time for me to stay. While speaking, Su Ming walked to the back of the crowd. The tribe leader, a man in his 40s, finally looked at Su Ming properly. This Su, whom he had never paid much attention to, had given him a great shock. He let out a faint sigh and nodded his head. I'm staying too. Lei Chen did not hesitate and stepped out to stand beside Su Ming. Su Ming looked at him, just as the other did the same. He grinned boyishly. You said it before, I can't die before you. If I wanted to die, then we'd be dying together. I'll stay too. Nan Song took a deep breath. The wrinkles on his old and wizened face had increased greatly during this journey. There was also a feverish dash of color on that pale countenance of his. Me too. The head of the guards, who had since lost both his legs, spoke in a low tone. I'm staying too. Bei Ling turned his head away so that he could not see Chen Shin's tears and spoke in a firm manner. Head of the guards, you can't stay. You still need to help the tribe leader protect our tribe's safety. Besides, once you all arrive safely in Windstream Tribe, you will need to teach the Lassus how to use the bow. The one who spoke was Shan Hen. This man, who had remained silent all this while, walked out from the crowd. He was never someone who talked a lot to begin with, but as he spoke, there was a determined air in his voice that would not be swayed. As for you, Bei Ling, Shan Hen walked to Bei Ling's side and a complicated look appeared on his face once again. Uncle Shan Hen, Bei Ling was just about to speak when Shan Hen lifted his right hand suddenly and slammed it on the back of Bei Ling's neck, cutting off all his words as the young man fell unconscious. You're the future hope of the tribe. You cannot go. I'll stay, Shan Hen said calmly and walked towards Nan Song. He stood beside him and looked at all the familiar faces in the tribe. After a long while, he lowered his head. The tribe leader from Dark Mountain Tribe walked towards them in silence. He took out a bone of some creature the size of a baby's fist. That bone was white, just like any other normal bone. He handed it to Su Ming. Take it. These bones come in pairs, and they have a strange function. Once this bone turns red, it means we've arrived safely in Windstream. Su Ming took it silently and placed it carefully in his bosom. The tribe leader looked at the few people who were staying back and let out a faint sigh before turning around and leading their tribe members in the direction Windstream Tribe. Not many normal members from Dark Mountain Tribe were lost, but everything that they went through during the journey made all of them turn back and look at the four people standing there as they walked away. They could not stop their tears from falling. No one could say who was the first person who waved, but very soon, all the tribe members waved their hands towards Su Ming and the other three berserkers as they cried, bidding their farewells. They knew that these four people might not survive. They were about to do the same thing as their other tribe members who had sacrificed themselves. They would use their lives to build the final wall of defense to protect their tribe. Big Brother Su Ming, a young voice came forth from the crowd. It belonged to the little girl called Tong Tong. She ran forward a few steps to Su Ming, and he knelt down, patting the little girl's hair, which was now slightly damp. Big Brother Su Ming, once this all ends and the elder comes back, can you look for Pee-Pee for me? A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He kissed the girl's forehead and nodded his head. The little girl lit up with a beautiful and sweet smile. She looked at Su Ming before she suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Big brother Su Ming, I have a secret. Not even my mama and papa know about it, Peepee doesn't know about it as well. You have to come back. Once you're back, I'll tell you the secret." As the little girl spoke, she bit her lip and blinked back tears before running back into the crowd. Su Ming watched as she waved at him from within the crowd and gradually disappeared into the distance with them. Only then did his smile disappear. It was quiet all around them. The moon in the sky was gradually getting clearer. That night, the moon was full, the full moon hung high in the sky. Once it blended together with the silence of the earth, it seemed to let out a murderous air. The moon was brighter than the previous nights. As the light scattered on the ground, it brought out the shadows of the 4 people on the plains. Their shadows stood alone, but there was resolution within them. Su Ming sat cross-legged with Lei Chen by his side. Before them was Nan Song, who had his eyes closed. As for Shan Hen, he was sitting alone nearby as he looked at the sky thinking about something. "Lei Chen, sit behind me. You aren't powerful enough, and you won't be able to contribute much during battle. Let me borrow your qi. That way, I can also protect you," Nan Song slowly said. Lei Chen did not hesitate. He immediately stood up and sat behind Nan Song, cross-legged. They had no idea what method Nan Song used, but a red light appeared on both of them, surrounding them. After that, no one spoke anymore. They all waited for the arrival of their pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe. Su Ming sat quietly as he grabbed the snow on the ground with his left hand and cleaned his uninjured left hand of all dirt. Once his left hand was clean, he took out a small bottle and brought out a red pill. Then he held it in his left hand and closed his eyes. Time passed by, and after 4 hours, when the light from the moon in the sky was at its brightest, Su Ming, who still had his eyes closed, felt as if the qi in his body was about to boil. "They're here," Nan Song spoke. Su Ming opened his eyes. Chapter 98. He is the traitor. 11 people rushed out from the dark parts of the forest. With the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe leading them, they charged towards them. One of them was a man with a blank expression wearing black robe. It was clear that the screen of light, the ravine, and Nan Song's berserker art had a large impact on them. Fatigue was clear on their faces. They were no longer as excited as before, nor were they screaming in that odd manner. This time, in the war between the 2 tribes, Dark Mountain Tribe was not the only one who had suffered losses. Berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe died as well, and the number of deaths on their side was greater than Dark Mountain Tribe's. Their head of the guards died, their chief of hunters died, their vice chief of hunters died, and more importantly, their prodigy, Bai Su, had also died in battle. The vast amount of deaths of their berserkers brought about a huge blow towards Black Mountain Tribe. If it were not for the existence of black-robed men and the tribe members who had their levels of cultivation forcefully raised by Bai Tu using a fallen berserker art, they would have had a hard time catching up to Dark Mountain Tribe. Black Mountain Tribe absolutely did not expect that Dark Mountain Tribe would be so hard to destroy and would make them pay such a great price. Perhaps this was something not even their elder, Bai Tu, had expected. He was completely held back by Mo Sang. His powers in the awakened realm did not give him much of an upper hand in the war between the 2 tribes. If time went back, and we knew how this would end up, perhaps they would not immediately declare war, but would take more time to prepare themselves. Even if Black Mountain Tribe won this war, they would still suffer a devastating loss. More importantly, if Dark Mountain Tribe managed to enter Wind Stream, then all the deaths suffered by Black Mountain Tribe would be in vain. They would not get even a single trophy of war. Besides the man in black robes, all the other people from Black Mountain Tribe were regretting their decision. Yet they were already too far gone and no longer had any choices but to continue fighting. It was especially so since Bai Su died. It had become a must for the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe to kill Su Ming. As he looked at the 11 people approaching them, Su Ming's face was calm, and a cold glare appeared in his eyes as he stood up with his right hand holding tightly onto blood scales. Nan Song and Shan Hen looked murderous as they watched silently. Lei Chen also remained unmoving, but within his eyes, the same madness and killing intent burned. The moment these 11 people from Black Mountain tribe came to 1,000 feet away from them, Nan Song took a step forward, and the red light from his body blasted into the sky. There was still a line connecting him with Lei Chen behind him. The blood-red light on Lei Chen's body became stronger, as if it turned into a screen of blood that protected him. With a low growl, Nan Song's shirt exploded. His old face suddenly turned younger, and the muscles on his arms bulged up. Growling, he slammed his hands onto the ground. The moment he did so, a giant vortex immediately appeared underneath the feet of the 11 people charging forward. The vortex was filled with mud, and a hand made of mud shot up and caught their legs. Nan Song charged forward. Behind him, with the fastest speed he could muster, Su Ming too dashed forward. Shan Hen's eyes were filled with killing intent and conflict as he raised his right hand. A bone knife in the shape of a crescent moon instantly materialized in his hand. He rushed forward like an evil spirit. At that moment, Lei Chen's body was trembling, and his face began to turn older, as if his life was being sucked away. The mud on the ground held back half of the people from Black Mountain tribe, but it did nothing to the man in black robes. That person stomped on the ground with his right foot, and as most of the mud immediately exploded, he charged towards Nan Song. The battle began. Su Ming still maintained his silence. He didn't pay any attention to the man in black robes, nor did he choose to fight against the tribe leader from Black Mountain. He charged towards the remaining 9 people instead. The highest level among the 9 people was only the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. Most of them were around the 6th level. As long as Shan Hen kept the tribe leader from Black Mountain tribe occupied and gave Su Ming enough time, then with his speed, Su Ming could kill all 9 of them. Shan Hen moved oddly as he closed in on his enemy. His target was the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe. As these 2 people clashed with each other, thunderous roars reverberated through the air, and they crossed swords with each other. Su Ming's speed was extremely quick as he ignored the pain in his body. Under the pale light from the sky, he felt as if his entire body was enveloped in moonlight. The shadow of the blood-red moon appeared clearly in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on one person and brought his spear up. The moment he clashed weapons with that person, another wound appeared on his body, but that person's head flew into the sky, and blood scattered all over the place. Su Ming fell to the ground, breathing rapidly, but he did not stop. He charged forward with moonlight surrounding him. It melted into his body, causing it to continuously heal even while in his current condition. As he dashed forward, 5 of the 8 remaining people from Black Mountain tribe closed in on him. The other 3 bypassed the defenders quickly and looked as if they were about to leave the battlefield. They were going to continue chasing after the tribe in the plains. When they saw the 3 people breaking off and charging into the distance, the 5 other berserkers from Black Mountain tribe quickly closed in on Su Ming. He did not hesitate and leapt into the air, but did not throw the long spear in his hand. Even if he did throw it towards the 3 people running in the distance, he could only kill one person. That was why Su Ming chose to throw the spear to the ground underneath him. Blood-red light appeared from the long spear, turning into a giant blood-red eagle that sped down to the earth. With a crash, it landed on the ground under Su Ming, stirring up a huge wave of air and force, which caused the 5 men closing in to flinch. Su Ming used the impact caused when he threw blood scales away to charge towards the 3 people who run around him and were now running into the distance. As all 243 veins gave off a red light on his body, he shot forward like a red meteor and closed in on the 3 people rushing away. These 3 people were not any normal berserkers either. There was not a hint of hesitation between them. One of them immediately stayed back to block him while the other 2 flashed with a blood-red light and ran even faster. The presence of their chi under the crimson light showed that they had both reached the peak of the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. The person who blocked him also used some sort of method to hide his level of cultivation, which was why Su Ming had not noticed his power due to their previous contact being very short. Yet as the blood-red light on the person's body glowed brightly, the might of chi from a warrior at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm erupted forth. The madness on his face spoke of his determination to hold Su Ming back. At that moment, the blood veins on his body swelled up at a rapid speed as if he was about to trigger the explosion of his blood veins. They were at the same level, so if he self-destructed with Su Ming in close proximity, his fatigue and the injuries on his body would make him unable to fend against it. Yet if he retreated, then he would have to watch the other two people disappear from his sight, and disaster would fall upon his migrating tribe. When the person who blocked Su Ming's path chose to self-destruct, the wounds that already existed on his body tore open, and he started bleeding. You're not the only ones who know how to self-destruct. Those of us from Black Mountain Tribe can do the same. The man roared and laughed viciously at Su Ming as he charged forward. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not retreat, but instead quickened his pace. The moment he approached the man, and the blood veins on the man's body were about to explode, Su Ming opened his left hand, which had been held tightly in a fist, and swung it towards the wounds on the man's body. A dash of red powder flew forward and fell onto the man's wounds in the blink of an eye. The man jolted and widened his eyes. The blood veins in his body were in a state where he was at the verge of self-destruction, but his blood started burning suddenly, and as he passed by Su Ming, his entire body turned into red mist and rose into the air. That sight fell into the eyes of the two people who were charging forward and the people who were running to catch up to Su Ming. They felt the hairs on their skin rise. Fallen berserker. He's a fallen berserker. A cry of surprise rang through the battlefield, one that caught Nan Song and Shan Hen's immediate attention. The tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, who was fighting against Shan Hen, too, changed his expression and an aghast look appeared on his face. Even the man in black robes, whose face remained blank, was stunned when he saw that sight. Yet very soon, a strong glint of light appeared in his eyes, as if he had discovered something. However, during the short moment he was taken aback while fighting against Nan Song, a chance appeared for Nan Song. Thunderous sounds rang abruptly. Su Ming did not stop. He charged towards the two people ahead of him who remained stunned by his actions. These two people gritted their teeth and immediately split up, but at that moment, Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, which turned into blood mist instantly and dashed towards the person who ran to the left. The blood mist contained the powerful might of Su Ming's qi. He had just cast dark blood dust. At the same moment, he sped towards the right and started fighting against the Black Mountain Tribe warrior who had run to the right. After a while, a few more wounds appeared on Su Ming's body. He panted harshly as blood-red light enveloped his entire body. The blood-red moon shone brilliantly in his eyes. He turned to where the people were fighting and rushed back. Behind him, two unmoving corpses lay in two different directions, their bodies torn apart. There were only 7 people left from Black Mountain Tribe on the battlefield. Besides the man in black robes and the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe, the other 5 people were all deeply shaken by Su Ming's killing intent and the previous scene, which made them think that he was a fallen berserker. They looked at each other, and a rare desire to fall back appeared in their eyes. Suddenly, Shan Hen, who was fighting against the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, coughed out blood and tumbled backwards. He had been gravely wounded by the tribe leader, and his body was flung aside towards where Nan Song was. There was a murderous look on the tribe leader's face as the blood bear materialized behind his back. It let out a roar and pursued Shan Hen, swinging its giant paws, which were formed by the blood mist, to deliver the killing blow on Shan Hen. When he saw that the blood bear's paws were about to land on Shan Hen, Nan Song's expression changed. He was the closest to Shan Hen at that moment. Without any hesitation, he leapt into the air and pulled Shan Hen as he punched the blood bear's paws. With a bang, Nan Song staggered backward. "Go back and heal. Let me deal with this person." Nan Song was talking quickly, but he suddenly jolted, and blood trickled down the corners of his lips. His body started withering away at a rapid speed. As a mournful look appeared on his face, Nan Song slammed his palm into Shan Hen. The moment Nan Song saved Shan Hen, the latter lowered his head, and with the curved blade in his right hand, sliced apart the bloodline connecting Nan Song and Lei Chen using some unknown method. The moment the bloodline was severed, he also managed to thrust his blade into Nan Song. Chapter 99. Lei Chen's Choice. The moment the bloodline was severed, Lei Chen coughed out blood and trembled. When Shan Hen suffered the blow by Nan Song, he staggered backwards hundreds of feet with a pale face. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. On his face was conflict and pained regret. He lowered his head, as if he could not face Nan Song. All this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. Su Ming stared at Shan Hen and smiled brokenly. Shan Hen's face was pale as blood continued flowing out of his mouth. Suddenly, he lifted his head and shouted towards the sky. His scream was desolate. He turned away in a swift motion and charged into the forest, no longer looking at Nan Song and Su Ming. In a heartbeat, he made it into the forest. As he continued crying out in agony, Shan Hen disappeared among the trees. At the same time, the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe let out a vicious grin, as if he had expected this a long time ago. He charged towards Nan Song, and the man in black, who had been fighting against Nan Song, also threw his fist at him despite the injuries on his body. There was grief on Nan Song's bloodless face. His body was so withered that he looked like a skeleton. The blade in the shape of the crescent moon had sunk deep into his back, and the wound bled continuously. The moment the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe and the man in black robes closed in on him, Nan Song let out a loud bark of laughter. That laughter contained grief, and his entire body lurched forward. Immediately, a long crack appeared at the center of his brows. A dim green figure charged out of the crack and rushed towards his enemies. The moment it got closer to the man in black robes and the tribe leader, the green figure exploded, creating a shocking force that stirred up everything around them. The man in black robes was already injured to begin with and could not bear the pain brought by the impact. His weak eyes immediately shattered, and he moved back, screaming. The tribe leader did not expect Nan Song to be able to do such a thing while so gravely wounded. He also knew that the curved blade buried deeply in his body contained a type of venom that would make blood coagulate. It could prevent powerful berserkers from triggering their blood veins to explode. That was why he had dared to close in on Nan Song in the first place. That blade was prepared for Dark Mountain Tribe's elder by Black Mountain Tribe, but an unexpected situation happened, and they ended up using it on Nan Song instead. The tribe leader coughed out blood. He had been chasing after them the whole way, and he could no longer suppress the injuries on his body. As he coughed out blood, his breathing gradually weakened. When he landed on the ground, he fell back hundreds of feet, an aghast look on his face. The moment the green figure exploded, a brilliant gleam appeared in Nan Song's eyes as he stood there, looking as if all his injuries were cured. He took a step forward and appeared before the wounded and retreating man in black robes, hurling a fist at his chest before the other could even think of dodging. With a bang, the man in black robes shuddered, and his chest was torn apart. His eyes became dull, and he died in an instant. Nan Song did not stop. He turned his eyes towards the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, who was not too far away from him. He had a calm demeanor as he charged at him. A look of terror appeared on the tribe leader's face, and he quickly retreated, screaming. Once he got closer to the other 5 people from Black Mountain Tribe, he grabbed one of his tribe members without hesitation, and inserting some sort of power into the man, he threw him towards the approaching Nan Song. That man from Black Mountain Tribe let out a horrible scream, but it was drowned out as his body suddenly exploded, causing a large amount of blood mist to scatter around them. With terror and panic in his veins, the tribe leader growled, "Retreat." Under the protection of the other 4 members of Black Mountain Tribe, the tribe leader and the other 4 people ran towards the forest without caring for anything else. They were absolutely terrified. Nan Song's strength threw them into disbelief. The tribe leader believed his life to be important. He could not stay there. He also knew that the next wave of reinforcements from Black Mountain were on their way. Once they met up with that batch of people, they would be safe. Don't even think about it. Nan Song did not even spare a glance at the Black Mountain Tribe member who had self-destructed. He swung his right hand, and the blood mist that appeared due to the explosion dispersed. Once he landed, he slammed both of his hands onto the ground. The earth underneath the 5 people immediately started shaking. A giant hand of mud shot out of the ground and sped towards them, seeking to grab the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. The tribe leader sank into desperation and pushed another of his tribe members nearby to avoid his own death. His courage seemed to have completely disappeared. He did not turn his back and rushed into the forest, fleeing rapidly. "Begone, all you scoundrels who've lost the pride of Black Mountain Tribe." Nan Song did not chase after them. He stood there, instead, and shouted towards the forest. All this happened in the span of a few breaths. Su Ming approached quickly and saw Nan Song standing there, his body swiftly weakening at a speed noticeable with a naked eye while the people from Black Mountain Tribe escaped. The tribe should be safe, the next wave of people from Black Mountain Tribe won't arrive so soon. Too many of their berserkers died, they're beginning to think about withdrawing. Nan Song continued standing there. The crack in the center of his brows began to let out a gray light. I've fulfilled my promise to your elder, and I've repaid his debt for saving my life. Nan Song looked at Su Ming and a smile appeared on his face. Grandpa Nan Song, Su Ming whispered. Even if Shan Hen did not injure me, I would not have lasted long. I wanted to use the verdant berserk chains to heal all of you and return the life I took from Lei Chen before I died, but I can't do it now. Nan Song let out a light sigh and lifted his head to look at the sky. The sky in the distance was still covered by the red fog, and thunderous booming sounds came from within. He knew that Mo Sang was still fighting and hanging on. If you see Shan Hen, ask him why for me. Nan Song placed his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. He stood there unmoving, as if his body had taken root. Before him was the dark forest. Behind him were the footsteps left behind by the people of Dark Mountain Tribe as they left the place. His shadow lengthened, illuminated by the moonlight, a great wave of sadness washed over Su Ming. He looked at Nan Song, who had lost all signs of life. He did not touch his body, but chose to take a few steps back and kneel down before bowing his head to the ground 3 times. Su Ming, Lei Chen struggled up and went to Su Ming's side. He too knelt down. There was sadness on his face. The young man no longer looked like a teenager but old, as if he was in his 40s. After a long while, a gentle breeze blew past them and swept the snow on the ground, lifting Nan Song's hair, which still made him look imposing even after his death, and moved Su Ming and Lei Chen's hearts. The tribe should be safe now. Lei Chen, go back. Su Ming stood up without a sound. His eyes were cold as he looked at the dark forest lying before him. Lei Chen touched his right eye. That eye of his was completely blind now. He fell into a thoughtful silence for a while before he shook his head. I'm not going back. I'm going to search for ways to make myself stronger. Only when I'm powerful will I not suffer. Only then can I protect my home and the members of my tribe. I heard that there is another tribe on the other side of the plains and over the mountains. That tribe is located very far away, but it's much stronger than Wind Stream. I'm going to go there, and no matter what price I have to pay, I will become stronger. Even if I have to become a fallen berserker, I'll do it. Determination appeared on Lei Chen's face. There was also a hint of madness, but that madness was hidden deep in his eyes. He did not show it on his face. Su Ming, you're different from me. Once you return to Wind Stream, you'll have much better room for growth. But we're brothers, we'll forever be brothers, wait for me. Once I become a powerful berserker, I will return. Lei Chen mumbled with eyes closed. He stepped forward and hugged Su Ming. They embraced without saying a word. After a long while, Lei Chen let out a huge bark of laughter and turned around, showing his back to Su Ming, which now held hints of age, and walked away into the distance, to his dreams and the place he was determined to reach. He walked forward until he completely disappeared from Su Ming's sight. Su Ming looked at Lei Chen. He did not try to persuade him otherwise, but chose to send him off, not knowing whether he would see his friend ever again. He was no longer certain of the future. After a long while, he shook his head, and his uncertainty was replaced by a cold, murderous look under the full moon. Su Ming looked at the forest, which was hidden by the darkness, and took a deep breath. Now, it's my turn to chase after you. Shan Hen as well. Su Ming turned his head and looked in the direction where Wind Stream was located. Somewhere hidden in the distance, his people were moving towards the tribe. Perhaps Bai Ling was also in Wind Stream. The promise. Su Ming closed his eyes bitterly. When he opened them once again, there was a frightening calmness within them. He bounded forward, and moonlight surrounded his body. Underneath the full moon, Su Ming was like the shadow of death. He charged into the forest and began his pursuit. Without anyone chasing after them, his tribe members would arrive safely in Wind Stream City. Of this, Su Ming was certain. He also knew that there was no longer any need for him to do anything for his tribe in their migration. He had already done everything he could. As of then, He had something more important to do. Su Ming could still remember distinctly the vague thought that surfaced in his head as the familiar sensation roused within him when the elder of Black Mountain tribe appeared before them. That idea had bloomed when he saw the elder being chased by the gigantic wings of the moon. During that instant, when Su Ming felt that he flew and had turned into the wings of the moon, changing course and charging towards the elder of Black Mountain tribe, the vague idea became clear in his head. Fire Berserker Art. I'm practicing the Fire Berserker Art, and since the wings of the moon came from the people of Fire Berserker tribe, then I can suppress their powers. Now that I've completed the third burning of blood, it's as if there's a fire flowing in my veins as well. That's why I should be able to help the elder. The shadow of the red moon shone brilliantly in Su Ming's calm eyes. They looked enchanting in the dark night. His body moved like a wisp of smoke as he ran through the forest. But before that, I'm going to make Black Mountain tribe suffer. I'll make them feel the pain of losing their tribe members. The tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe is now heavily wounded, and the other 3 people are of no danger to me. Then there's Shan Hen as well. Su Ming clenched his fists and lowered his head as he disappeared into the forest. From the role of the pursued, he now changed into the pursuer. From prey, he had become the hunter. Without realizing it himself, Su Ming had changed. Chapter 100. Kill them. The recklessness within him that belonged to a teenager was now dampened. Besides assisting the elder with the Blood Moon Fire Berserker Art, he had also given thought and weighed the consequences of chasing down the people from Black Mountain tribe and killing them. He had deduced that the tribe leader was heavily wounded and had lost his will to fight. The other 3 people with him were the same. However, that tribe leader was not any normal berserker. Besides being Bai Tu's trusted aide and possessing incredible power, his intelligence was also a reason why he managed to become tribe leader. Nan Song may be able to scare them away for a while, but that man might be able to snap back soon. When that time came, the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe would have 2 choices. 1, he could wait for reinforcements and give chase once more, or 2, he could not wait for reinforcements, but choose to recover his chi before pursuing them again. From his actions after Bai Su died, he'll choose the second option. A brilliant flash flickered in his eyes. As he moved forward, he would check all traces around him occasionally. The messy footprints and broken twigs might throw other people off track, but for Su Ming, who made trips into the forest regularly since he was young, these tracks provided all the information he needed to tell where the 4 people from Black Mountain tribe went. The footprints on the snow may be messy, but most of them were pointed towards Su Ming's direction. Only some traveled into the forest before him. The depths of the tracks also provided him a lot of information. Shan Hen leaked the information of our whereabouts, which allowed Black Mountain tribe to set the trap, but he also joined in the fight against Black Mountain tribe. The injuries on his body didn't seem fake. In fact, to make it seem like he was one of us, the injuries he sustained during his fight with the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe were also real. That is the only way he could deceive Grandpa Nan Song, but that person suffered a direct hit from Grandpa Nan Song. He should be barely hanging on as well. But Shan Hen, why did you betray Dark Mountain tribe? Hatred and pain appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He could not understand why Shan Hen would turn traitor. Su Ming still remembered the things Shan Hen had done for the tribe, of how he gave his food to the elderly folk in the tribe, and how he hunted beast fangs in the forest due to a word from the young Lassus. As the children cheered in joy, he would still maintain a cold and indifferent face, but the kindness in his eyes could not be hidden away. Su Ming could not understand why and for what reason such a person would betray Dark Mountain tribe and its tribe members. Perhaps he was also conflicted, and he struggled. He killed a lot of people from Black Mountain tribe on the way here. He even made Bai Ling and the head of the guards leave with the tribe earlier. But what is he thinking? Su Ming clenched his fists tightly. Still, these cannot amend his crime for betraying us. He must pay the price of being a traitor. His eyes were freezing cold. He hated Black Mountain tribe, but now, he hated the traitor Shan Hen even more. Su Ming moved like a ghost as he continued chasing after his targets with the tracks on the ground. With each breath he took, he became even faster. From the footprints on the ground and the marks around him, Su Ming was certain that the 4 people from Black Mountain tribe were not far away. Their footprints sank deeper as he continued on as well, which was a sign that the injuries sustained by these 4 people became worse. They'll look for a safe place to recover. Su Ming stopped and lowered his head. He stared at the melted snow caused by a drop of blood in the middle of a footprint in the snow and pressed against it. A cold smirk appeared on his lips. The blood hasn't frozen, they're right in front. Su Ming got up and was about to chase after them when he faltered. Sadness appeared on his otherwise stoic face. Not too far away, he saw a member of his tribe who had chosen to stay back so that he would not drag down the tribe's pace. That tribe member of his was dead. He lay there curled up, and his body was stiff. Su Ming took a few steps forward and looked at the familiar face before him. The tribe member still had his eyes open, not closing them before the end. If his body had not fallen, then before his death, he must have been looking at where the tribe left, praying to the gods to protect his tribe so that they could arrive safely at Windstream. This was the first deceased tribe member Su Ming encountered once he returned to the forest. He knew that this would not be the last. During their migration, many tribe members chose to stay on this path. They did not want their injuries to affect the tribe's speed. The tribe will be safe, Su Ming whispered. He looked at the tribe member's eyes and covered them with his right hand gently. The grief and sadness on his face was already hidden away. He stood up with an intense killing intent and dashed onward. Su Ming moved at a speed that was difficult for the eyes to see. Anyone looking would only see a blood-red arc moving around in a curved line and rushing while twisting into various shapes. That blood-red arc came from the light of the blood-red moon in Su Ming's eyes. It was formed by the reflection of the full moon in the sky. As he moved forward, threads of moonlight descended from the sky and wrapped around him, turning into circles of moonlight. They formed into numerous threads that trailed behind Su Ming as he ran, making it seem like he was wearing a cloak made of moonlight. Time passed by, and after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Su Ming saw the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe sitting cross-legged on a snow patch with lots of dried branches around him nearly 1,000 feet away from him. His other 3 tribe members surrounded him and focused on recovering quickly with their eyes closed. They stopped just now when their tribe leader told them to as his mood continued changing. He glared in the direction where Windstream Tribe was located, and anger appeared on his face. He had just realized that Nan Song was just pretending to be mysteriously unaffected, just like an ill person miraculously getting better. In truth, if they had just persevered for a little longer and did not run away as pathetically as they had done, they could have turned the tide and destroyed Dark Mountain Tribe. He was angry, but he also hated himself for being afraid. Still, he was a cautious man. Although he understood it, he still chose to sit down and heal his wounds first. By his predictions, even with their fastest speed, Dark Mountain Tribe would only arrive at Windstream by tomorrow morning. If all 4 of them pursued them with all their might, they would catch up to them in 2 hours. He was also certain that the 4 of them would not encounter any dangers. In his experience, prey only knew how to run for their lives. He did not think that there would be anyone in Dark Mountain Tribe who would turn back and chase after them. The entire Dark Mountain Tribe only cared about migration at this point. Yet when the 4 of them sat down for less than the time required for half an incense stick to burn, a cold gust appeared, and the snow on the ground fell on them lifted by the wind. At the same moment, a red light appeared in the forest not too far away from them, approaching them at an unimaginable speed. They did not even have time to react to it. Only the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe managed to open his eyes on time upon sensing that presence. He only saw a flash of red light appearing for a brief moment. A sharp and mournful cry came by his ear, and the tribe member on his side lost his head while still sitting down cross-legged. His blood shot into the sky like a spring. A presence that made the tribe leader's skin crawl and his hairs rise appeared abruptly. His expression changed, and he stood up, shock and disbelief clear in his eyes. The other 2 people stood up swiftly, terrified, as they surveyed their surroundings. "Who is it? Who is it? I already saw you. Come out." The 2 people immediately shouted, shaking. What had happened just now was too quick. They did not even have time to open their eyes, and they already heard the pained screams. When they eventually opened their eyes, they saw the beheaded neck of their tribe member spraying out blood. An indescribable terror crashed into them like a tidal wave. The roots of that terror was not only in the death of their comrade, but also the fear of the unknown. They did not see even the shadow of a person around them. There was only dead silence surrounding them, not even a single sound could be heard. The tribe leader's face was pale. He cast his eyes around the dark forest continuously, and his fear grew. It was as if a terrifying beast was hiding within the dark forest, and it had its eyes fixed on them. Retreat. The tribe leader gritted his teeth. He did not dare to take risks with the unknown. Besides, the red glare he saw just now before it disappeared gave him the impression that they were not dealing with a person, but some sort of red snake. The moment the command was given, his other two tribe members quickly got closer to him. The three of them gradually fell back after taking a few steps backward, then immediately broke off into a run and swiftly retreated. They did not notice that Su Ming was crouching down in the bushes. The shadow of the blood-red moon wavered in his eyes. In his hands, he held a bloody head, one which still had its eyes closed. Death is not terrifying. The thing that is terrifying is the moment before death. My people experienced this fear on their way to Windstream Tribe. They were tortured by this fear. Now, I'll let you experience it. Su Ming's expression was calm. Besides this goal, he also wanted his tribe members to be completely safe. Once the three of them ran away, he disappeared with a swift move. The tribe leader's heart pounded against his chest. He was gravely wounded. Although he was at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm, with his current condition, he could only use half of his power and couldn't reach his full strength. The two tribe members by his side were only around the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. They were pretty much useless in terms of providing protection to him. That feeling grew especially so during that instant when he saw the red light flashing by. The danger he felt made his heart race. He no longer had any thoughts to chase after the crowd from Dark Mountain Tribe. He had to flee and meet up with the reinforcements from Black Mountain. As they ran, the two people by his side were filled with alarm. Their fear towards the unknown made them lose all will to fight. They only had one thought: to run. Yet at that moment, an odd piercing screech suddenly came from their backs. That screech sounded sad and shrill, making their hearts, which were already strung up with anxiety and fear, jolt. When the weird cry echoed behind them, a blood-red arc closed in on them so quickly and suddenly that the three of them only saw a red flash and the numerous threads of moonlight behind that red glow. After a while, one of the people from Black Mountain Tribe let out a scream of pain, and his head left his body, falling to the ground with blood gushing out. Translator's note: more in-depth ancient Chinese time measurement system. There are 12 months in a year, 5 weeks in a month, 6 days a week, 12 hours per day, and 1 hour of the ancient Chinese hour system is 2 hours in the modern clock, 4 quarters in an hour. Each quarter is equivalent to 3 cups of tea. 1 cup of tea is equal to 2 incense sticks. 1 incense stick is divided to 5 parts. 1 part is equal to 6 snaps of fingers. 1 snap of a finger is equal to 10 instances. 1 instance is equal to 1 second. In modern standards, there are now 8 quarters to an hour, and each quarter is equivalent to 15 minutes. I could have just converted to the modern time measurement system, just like I did with hours, but seconds and minutes did not exist back then, and it'll be weird if I added that. Anyway, when ancient Chinese literature speak about 1 incense stick or 1 cup of tea, they're actually talking about 1 quarter, which is about 15 minutes. I'm using about because the time taken for each incense stick to burn down is different, same with the time taken to drink tea. Anyway, half an incense stick is about 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Yup. Oh, source of this measurement: Tieba Baidu, not Wikipedia.